Good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside
Racing Rachel.
Track announcer John G. Dooley here with a 9-race card here today
JD.
at the track. Well, we've got 8 thoroughbred races. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards at the 6 o'clock hour. We kick off at 2:10, another all main track card. But looking at those simulcast signals, I mean, it's a rainy day in New York. They're sloppy and off the turf in Cincinnati, just less than 2 hours down the road there in Ohio, and also with us, muddy main track to kick off a 9-race card.
Yeah, and the rain everywhere. I mean, John just pointed it out. It's like we got it the first couple days.
Muddy.
It rained this morning. Funny story, Ray goes walking down to the bus stop, and I have a very long driveway. I always tell
Very
John
long
these
drive.
stories because John's been in my house, so he knows how long it is. And she said, I go, you want me to drive you down there? And she's like, no, it's just sprinkling. And it was just spritzing. And she walks down as soon as and I went inside. I was like, all right, cool, kid's fine. Walk inside, and she's texting me. She goes, I know I'm not supposed to have my phone on the bus, but just so you know, it started pouring when I got to the end of the driveway. And it did. It was, there was a lot of rain this morning. Yeah. So we're just going to have to stick with this muddy and hope we get some hot weather this weekend. And which I think she did say Friday it was supposed to be nice.
Yeah, we had hello to Fox, by the way.
Hey!
Clubhouse. A lot of people joining us
My
here
girl
today
Vicky's here.
at the races. Vicky's here too. So welcome to everybody from Fox and that group up here in the clubhouse. Hope you enjoy your day at the races. 9, as we mentioned, all main track card off the turf course. So of course that means no $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Main track is muddy as we get closer by the minute. We kick off the card at 2:10. Last of the day, that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash scheduled at 6:15 p.m. Eastern here for us in the Hoosier State. Talking about our weather for the official race day forecast, it's time, well, hello to Fox, but we go down to WRTV6. Macy Tetrick checking in with Macy for the pre-race show. Macy, weather-wise, how's it looking for us here today at the shoe?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, after we had a pretty dreary start to the day, the afternoon, not too bad. We'll see temperatures keep on climbing through the mid-70s, and we will begin to see a little bit more of that sunshine peeking through. I won't call it a sunny afternoon, but you'll get some peaks of sunshine. Now, as we head into the weekend, we will see some changes, though. We'll dry out completely, so no more rain chances Friday through the weekend. Plus, we see the return of sunshine, and temperatures will climb into the 80s as we head through Saturday and Sunday. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy, love the forecast, especially since there's no live racing here on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. So it looks like some nice walking around downtown, the Canal Walk, and checking out some of the restaurants and other bars and pubs there in downtown Indianapolis for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But of course, the first floor OTB open for all of you simulcast horse players. By the way, speaking of out-of-town races, not this year, but the previous year, going back to 2024, Grade 3 Indiana Derby winner, Dragoon Guard, winning the feature race yesterday under the Twin Spires. I know, everyone was saluting the Goon winning yesterday for Judmont and Brad Cox.
I have the biggest crazy horse girl crush on that, which sounds weird, but if anyone else is
Good-looking
obsessed.
son of Arrogate.
Yes, he's the most beautiful boy I've ever seen. He's really tall. He's like the perfect physically horse. He's gray, and he's got quite the funny little personality. He walked in the barn like he owned it when he was back here. So very good to see him back on top. I call him a unicorn. He really does look like he's missing a horn and some wings. So congratulations to him. Always happy to root on the Cox barn, and very thankful for Brad and Ricky. We're always working with us and giving me quotes and telling me when horses are going to be here. I appreciate them a lot. So congratulations to them.
Rachel getting texts from New York as we speak today. You know who you are, talking about today's racing program. But again, the 2024 Indiana Derby winner, Dragoon Guard, ran 3rd in the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. This year's Indiana Derby winner, Tip Top Thomas, trained by Todd Pletcher, going on to win the Smarty Jones. That was a prep race for the Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby. And we think back to this year's Indiana Oaks winner, Clico, winning the Grade 1 Cotillion at Parks Racing last weekend. So we've had success with some of our top stakes winners here last year and this year at Horseshoe Indianapolis, as the racing here continues to grow and grow with each and every year.
Yeah, honestly, it's been such a blessing to see these wonderful horses that come through our track and go on to do great things. And hopefully next year will be even bigger and better.
Especially during this month, speaking of growing, Fernando de la Cruz, he's grown the lead on the jockey standings, looking to take another title here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. There he is, Fernando de la Cruz, by the way. He's also the all-time winningest jockey here. Rodney Prescott, that veteran with over 4,000 career victories in total. Talking about Rodney Prescott, he's a second all-time, but there's Fernando, tops this meet's leaderboard on 82. Joe Ramos having a good week. He got to 66 after a double here just the other day during the 4-day racing week. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., he's a 3-time champion here at the track with 53, and last year's defending leading jockey Alberto Burgos rode 81 winners here 1 year ago with 52, while Evan Roman rounds out a co-fifth with Sammy Bermudez. Trainer side of things, we know it's going to keep you busy, Rachel, to closing week. You'll have that final racing Rachel's Warriors contest during the Wednesday, November 12th, closing day the 13th, and it's one win separating Randy and John.
The last, what has it been, like 2 or 3 years? I mean, really, it's been to the point where I'm calling. Like, I remember last year I called Haran, and I'm calling like at the end of the day, by the end of it, they know what's going on, and even better. So I always like to confirm with them. But man, when it gets down to 1 or 2, then you got to look past through the next races, see who's entered. So those are the names to look for. It's been such a contentious group, but Fernando just continuing to be on a tear. I mean, he had a double yesterday. The bug boy Jose Gutierrez, another double.
He's looking good.
So it's just been a very, very nice meet for them, and it's good to see how competitive it's been, which just means that we've got a good meet.
Speaking of the track conditions here, also a wet track in New York, and we've got some racing coverage today. I know you'll be talking about the races here from Horseshoe Indianapolis. We're on Fox Sports today for racing here at the Shoe.
Yeah, I'm going to be on with Andy and Acacia and everybody later.
The whole New York crew, huh?
Yeah, Mr. Greg Wolf. So very excited to jump on with them later.
Chris Griffin calling the races there with the Belmont at Aqueduct meet going on. They've got a wet track in the New York area, and here too in central Indiana. As we talked about yesterday, by the way, it was the penultimate week for Beat the Bot, talking about those handicappers taking on A.I. Allen, who of course we debuted in conjunction with the Daily Racing Forum.
Good.
We certainly appreciate their partnership with us here this season. They presented the Indiana Oaks, won by Clico, did the Daily Racing Forum. But as far as Beat the Bot goes, it's Tim Mazanek tops the Beat the Bot leaderboard with $347 in that contest. That'll wrap up next Wednesday.
And then Steve Wallace, and then there's an asterisk. Rounding out the top 10 will be William Hartzler, Pat Langford, Roger Browning, and Ken Miko. Steve Wallace and Roger Browning are on. Oh, okay. So that's just to denote on-track players. So Tim, Steve Wallace, Gerald Cox Jr., Dave Muir, Jason Phillips, and Barry Orndorff. And remember, I haven't been hammering it home lately, but anyone who beats the bot gets put in a drawing for $100. So it doesn't matter if you way beat the bot or just a little bit beat the bot. You get put in that drawing. But congratulations to these guys, because it is cumulative in that finalist for 2,000. So just thought we would give a little kind of mid-contest update since we had a little bit of time.
I thought that asterisk stood for that whether he wins Beat the Bot or not, Roger Browning's a winner in our eyes. Of course.
Yes, of course. Roger is one of our very, very everyday degenerates.
That was in the notes. So I'll check that
in
out.
the note, yeah. Shout out to Roger. He
appreciate
deserves it for donating his retirement to our paychecks.
No, we certainly we enjoy hanging out with Roger Browning, and of course you think about Tim Kwiatkowski and
Matt
Kwiatkowski,
Kulkowski, Tim Eggleston, Jason. They really are great owners, and they went from really big bettors to now big bettors and owners. So we're very happy to have them a part of our colony here.
Eggleston, Kwiatkowski, and Browning, they've made winning combination here at Horseshoe Indianapolis just this week. Beach Dancer running as a main track only for them, and then Tim Eggleston won the quarter horse finale. A win with both breeds here this week for Tim Eggleston, who's certainly having a very good thoroughbred meet and tops the quarter horse trainer standings going into our racing program here today. Speaking of big days, we'll get to our premier handicaps from yesterday because Don Dunham
we did just skip right over that, didn't we?
Keeping an eye on the second floor clubhouse. And also, of course, Rick Moore
Aaron and
was being
I
honored yesterday, too. So Really nice sprint
They were
races.
very good races, and we're very
Let's take a look
excited.
back.
Yeah, let's take a look now that
Well,
we went out of order, but
let's
that's
go to the
that's a
videotape.
joy. That's a joy of my AV guys.
Oh, this is the Don Don.
Race 6, number 2, Good Looking Justice, Sammy B and Aaron West. I had both of the winners for these in my picks, but man, they both went kind of the way everybody bet them. I had Latigo on top. I ended up getting second, 2-4-1, and what a nice ride by Sammy. He didn't care that he was, ahead of a few. He stayed on it, and they won very nicely.
Sizzling fajitas and 109.08 Good Looking Justice.
Sizzling fajitas. And I got to watch the interview. I didn't get to yet, but Aaron said like the light was perfect, and it was just such a great, it was a great interview to see Don and all his family there, and Rick as well. So then we'll go here to the Rick Moore. It was race 8. Work It Wendy. I thought she would be the favorite. They ended up putting Imagine Moon on top, but Evan Roman and Rob Dobbs. What a meet Rob Dobbs is having. I mean, wow.
Strutting her stuff.
Yeah.
Work It Wendy through the stretch, and don't miss out. Took a run at Work It Wendy, who just kept on finding all the way to the finish, dug those gray high heels in, and got the victory. Yeah, that was a nice ride by Evan Rowan, talking to after the race, giving a lot of credit, of course, to the connections of Work It Wendy. Congratulations. Talking about Rob Dobbs, Scott Seldon's Millard R. Revocable Trust, Millard R. Seldon Revocable Trust. Breeders and owners at Work It Wendy.
Yeah, he said really they just wanted to get her out of the gate easy, and if they did that, then they would, thought that they had it, and sure enough, that's exactly what happened.
Those were Indiana-bred handicaps on yesterday's card as we honored Don Dunham, who's right there, if you're joining us here in the clubhouse, and Rick Moore, longtime executive here in the state of Indiana, also Oklahoma, big part of Hoosier Park when it first opened up in the 90s. Talking about Don Dunham and Rick Moore. Great to honor them. But we've got some, speaking of state-bred action coming up here this coming Wednesday. Hope you can join us here on Wednesday. We'll kick off again. No live racing here Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. It looks like a nice weather forecast for all of us to enjoy that are not here coming to the track for simulcasting at the first floor OTB. And of course, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. But look at this lineup, Rachel. Hoosier Day, all's a prelude to Indiana Champions Day at the end of October. More than $600,000 in purses, a couple of 150 granders. Talking about Premier Race Wise on Hoosier Day on Wednesday. The spelling correct, Too Much Coffee, the Piedi Bianchi, the Circle City, and the other 100 grander, the Back Home Again. That's on Wednesday.
Yes, we're very excited. Wonderful horses this year. Can't wait to see them compete in these races. Plus, you can play in the $2,500 Hoosier Day Legends contest presented by the Indiana Horsemen's Benevolence and Protective Agency.
Yeah, and every day, ITOBA presents the $1 late pick 4. Speaking of the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners Breeders Association, they'll be making a special presentation on Hoosier Day to the 2025 winner of the Herb and Darlene Lycan Scholarship. Last year, Mackenzie Tabor winning it. So looking forward to seeing a scholarship winner. So not only are we celebrating horses racing here in the Hoosier State, but certainly not only did you mention that contest for the Indiana HBPA, we certainly appreciate all that ITOBA has done for us this season.
Yes, they've been amazing, and I think a lot of our promotions with them have been a big success this year.
Hoosier Day coming up on Wednesday, October the 1st. We'll race on Thursday. We won't race like tomorrow. So a week from tomorrow, there'll be no live racing. But then we come back with an all-quarter horse card on Saturday, October the 4th. That'll kick off bright and early at 10:45 a.m. That'll be an action-packed day. So certainly we look forward to Martha Clausen and her thoughts and analysis on that big quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday, October the 4th, a week from this Saturday. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, also Breed Development, and our Winner's Circle sponsor, talking about Murphy Trailer Sales. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them. Rachel just picked up her iPhone. She's
calling them right now.
Maybe calling Lori.
Well, I'm trying to retweet the tip sheets before I forget.
There's that too. 765 tip sheets free, by the way, first floor OTB.
Yes.
Right near the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. 361-8803, area code 765. Also, B&H Electric. They're the Tote Board and Starting Gate sponsor for racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. B&H Electric with locations not only in Shelbyville, but Seymour, and they're in Bloomington. They're on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Let's talk about Indiana's giant Hubler. Drive right into town and you can check out some of those Ford trucks. also with a location in Franklin, Indiana. You can reach out to them at drivehubler.com. Indiana Giant Hubler, proud sponsor of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in 2025. Social media wise, we've got you covered on X. You can reach out to me at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel, and her tens and thousands of followers at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, she'll be along during the 6 o'clock hour with her thoughts and analysis and her selections for that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Right now a muddy track and very tiny tailwind, if that, for the final quarter horse dash of the day. And Brian Aragoni also standing by, Mr. Pick 5 this season. Another one this week for a B in the win column on X at Mr. B Annals. Track-wise, we've got you covered. If you'd like to reach out to us at HS Indy Racing, also on IG at Horseshoe Indy. Subscribe to our YouTube channel there at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Smash, smash, smash the like button. That's what we like to see.
Yes, good job. Ray told me to tell you you're doing great with that.
28 minutes away from the first of the day. All main track card, but race 1 is on Fox Sports. Starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. Again, we'll be handicapping for some horses that like to see perhaps some moisture in the track, and that's what we'll get at least at the start of the card. We had Macy Tetrick joining us here during the first block on Wire to Wire, talking about the weather forecast for our 9-race program here today. Quick timeout here on the pre-race show when the program returns. Racing Rachel and I will step away from the glass anchor desk here in the clubhouse, being guarded every day by Don. When the program returns, Brian Aragoni back with a B block right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Welcome back to another day of Wire to Wire with a muddy track. Hopefully be upgraded here in the very near future. We put some very nice handicaps together yesterday. We've got a great day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today on a Thursday, in which we will be all on the main track this week. Hopefully get back on that turf course again next week. But let's take a look at these first 5 races with the pick 5s. Hopefully we can string along a couple of potential sets in these sequences. They do look like maybe the kinds that may not pay the largest amounts, but on those days, if everything looks easy, oftentimes it's not, and then it can certainly overpay as many people do pile on the same horses. Race number 1, scratch number 2, Malibu Springs out of this event. Midnight West is strictly the horse to beat. Certainly acknowledge that Midnight West is absolutely the horse to beat in this field. However, is it the horse to bet? That's maybe for you to decide in here. I'm not only going to use Midnight West, first start off the claim, $50,000. I mean, that is not a small drop in the bucket claim. We don't see very many $50,000 claims. In fact, I would venture to guess, and this is not statistically proven, but this may be the only $50,000 claim of the season thus far. So Midnight West, trying to get that return on investment in here. I'm also going to use both the 4 and the 6. Now, these are the potential upsetters in Secret Chat. Bobby Barnett, claim for $50,000 from Mike Maker back at Ellis Park, gets our leading rider Fernando de la Cruz. And then you've also got Friar Newton for Paulo Lobo, Joe Ramos. This one was bet down to 2-5 and certainly ran like a 2-5 shot should. Brings in a 2-race win streak. Does have a vet scratch since being seen June 11th. So something went amiss, but does come back in a protected spot today. 1, 4, and 6 in race number 1. Race number 2, we've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience, and I think the horses with experience are going to dominate this race. Air Up There has run very well, but is yet to win. And speaking of running very well, if you draw a line through Rockin' Rocio's last race, this is a huge performer. Rockin' Rocio, the horse to beat in here, but for me, the horse to bet is down on the inside, Air Up There. I think this is the speed of the speed for 514 Racing. Lola trying to pick up a paycheck in here with this 3-year-old Matoli filly who they paid $55,000 at the sale for an Indiana bred. That is a lot of money, and I'm sure the expectations are there. There's a horse who is lightly raced, can continue to develop. I think Rockin' Rocio and Air Up There do make this a match race early and often, and I'm going to use them both in race number 2 as we kick off that 15% takeout, pick 4 in race number 2. Our first off-turf event of the day is in race 3. No horseshoe hat trick with us being off-turf. Scratch 5, 8, and 10 out of this event. Again, 514 Racing looks good to go back-to-back. They got the main track only in here, the lone main track only, and what a gift. A main track only at 6-1. If this horse is 6-1, calling the wife, taking out a second mortgage, and it's going all in. If we get 6-1 on Jordan's deal, we will be shoving the chips all in, and we'll have some ramen on back order along with some hot dogs on back order. We won't even be able to afford the ketchup or the mustard because every penny will be going on Jordan's deal. Maiden special weight, down to maiden, claiming the blinkers going on, turf to dirt in play, but there is a couple of other horses that could potentially upset the apple cart. I do think Mam Cross, shipping in from Santa Anita, has been under the guidance of Owen Hardy for some time, has been working consistently at Turfway Park. That one is unique. They did pay $100,000 giving away for $12,500, but getting Lasix, going from Santa Anita, Horseshoe, Indianapolis, has upside and could potentially be upwards of 8, if not 10-1 when the gates pop. And then also the 3, My Strong Heart, a horse who's been at this level before. My notes indicate just absolutely needs 5 furlongs, gets 5 furlongs today, so it seems like a silly thing. If you have notes that a horse needs a certain distance, you should use it as well and take advantage of your note-taking on DRF Formulator, which I strongly encourage everyone to use if they can. Race number 4, no scratches, no changes, kicks off the late Fire 5, and in here, the 8's going to be the horse to beat, Tour of the Moon, Turf to Dirt in play for Tony Duran, Rodney Prescott. But what about That's Life? Tony Duran's other horse in here for Rancho Monarca, a 4-year-old by Shagaf, who's got 2 wins on the main track, Mitch Merle in the saddle, and this is a horse who has had some success on the dirt. In fact, maybe more, if not equal, success to Tour of the Moon, but this is one who's run some good races and missed the start and overcome some trouble and does get some pace to chase in here with some class relief as well. Tony Duran could be looking to upset the apple cart with the 7 as well as the 4 Classic Express, Gennaro Garcia and Gutierrez. A jockey-trainer combination I'm sure not many expected, but the G gang, Gutierrez and Gennaro, have been pretty good together with the apprentice rider and the veteran trainer, winning at 26% with a gaudy ROI of $2.74. Gets a 7-pound weight break, but it won't last much longer with 30 wins under his belt for Gutierrez. Classic Express goes turf to dirt, has some races back in the form that certainly makes sense on the dirt. 4, 7, and 8 in race number 4 before we get to the single of the day, off turf scratch 3, 6, 8, and 9. I happen to love Hawkeye. Alberto Burgos, John Heron, not sure what price we're going to get, brings in a 4-race win streak, a perfect 4 for 4, a candidate for Horse of the Year, in my opinion, here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The Indiana bred took on Open Company last time out and passed with flying colors. Now takes on one of my old favorites in Finster, who certainly got some back class, but Finster seems to have lost his compass or desire to win, and Hawkeye right now is in just absolutely awesome form. And what a gift it was getting 11-1 last time. Not sure what price we'll get today. It was 20-1. This is a race that was originally carded for the turf. Burgos riding for Heron. I think Hawkeye is a cinch in both the early pick 5 as well as that late fire 5. I don't talk like that very often, but have been fascinated by that horse's performance for some time after debuting this season as a withdrawn $15,000 non-winners of 2. Last season was a voided claim, and boy, someone's kicking themselves that claim got voided. They lost to Oil Man that day at 3-5. It was voided, and since then they've racked up $90,000. We'll see if the game Indiana bred named Hawkeye can pass yet another test in race number 5, kicking off that Itoba pick 4. We may be off the turf today, but still plenty of opportunities to make some money along the way. We've got some big fields. We've got some competitive races, and I think today's a great day to pad that bankroll as we head into a huge weekend of racing. You've got Keeneland starting up, Santa Anita starting up. Use Horseshoe Indianapolis to build up that bankroll, get all that money, give the wife a little bit of money as well so she stays off your back, and we are going to have some fun not only today but next week as well, as we are in the final 2 months of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Take advantage of it while you can. Have a great Thursday, everyone.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. It's an all-main track card. We're off the turf. Off the turf to wrap up this 4-day stretch. Main track is labeled muddy. 15 minutes away from the first of the day, the mile. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program under cloudy skies 70s in the mile opener. Note number 1, Midnight West, today racing back on Lasix medication. Number 1, Midnight West, racing back on Lasix medication. Number 2, Malibu Springs has been scratched. With a scratch, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta featured on the mile. Scratch number 2, Malibu Springs. In the second race, maiden distaff sprint, all 6 run. No changes in race 2. It starts the early pick 4. On to the third we go. The first of those taken off the Caesars course. Third race maiden will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. In the third, scratch number 5, Lady of Light, 8, Tool Belt, and the 10, Night Birdie. Note the 13, Jordan's Deal draws in as a main track only. Jordan's Deal, the number 13, will run. Number 12, Sheila, a change of jockey to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 12, Sheila. Also there in race 3, number 1, Mam Cross. The ownership of record is Michael P. Clunan. Michael P. Clunan, the lone owner of record for number 1, Mam Cross. Scratch the 5-8 and the number 10. Noting race 4, starts the 50-cent late pick 5, due at 3:43. No changes in the fourth, all 8 run there. Turning to the fifth, race 5, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. This will now be run over the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 3, Butch's Best. 6, Spankster. Take out the 8, Foxtrot Anna. 9, Balakazoo. And scratch number 11, Finster. 3, 6, 8, 9, and number 11, all have been scratched. Race 6 scheduled at 4:45. Race 6, all 7 run. No changes. 7th race, one of the 3 taken off the turf course. Note the new distance, 1 mile and 70 yards on the MT. Scratch 2, Driftwood. 3, Liar's Poker. Take out the 7, Epimethium. Scratch 11, Count of Amazonia. And 13, Memphis Pharaoh. Scratch the 2, 3, 7, 11, and the number 13. Race 8, like the opener, over the mile. Here in the 8th race at 5:47, all 7 run. No changes in the maiden mile. And in the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Muddy track, no wind. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, HF Liza Jane. 12, He's Cross Firing. 13, Kiss My Famous Dash. And the 14, Apolitical Essence. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. Cloudy skies to wrap up the race week here at the track. Temperature-wise in the low 70s. Once again, we are off that Caesars turf course. Main track labeled muddy. The horses in the walking ring for the mile opener. Starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Those pick 5s sees along with the low 11.99% takeout for horse players. We'll have the mile opener due off at 2:10. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, in the third race, one of those taken off the turf course here today, all main track hard. Third race made in at 5 furlongs. We have a late jockey change to announce in the third. A jockey change, this just in. In race 3, number 2, Crystal Frost will now be ridden by Sammy Bermudez. Third race, 103 taken off the Caesars course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Third race maiden on the main track over the 5 furlongs, number 2, Crystal Frost. Now make the jockey Sammy Bermudez. Race 3. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses coming onto the track now for the first race. Carded over the mile. Here a field of 5. Scratch 2, Malibu Springs. Number 2, Malibu Springs has been scratched. 1 Midnight West, racing back on Lasix medication. 1 Midnight West is back on Lasix. Race 1 features exacta trifecta. There's no superfecta wagering featured here on the mile. Starts out rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the early pick 5 starts here. Well, main track hard, main track muddy. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 with the mile. Main track muddy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the mile, Manny Esquivel with Midnight West. 1-2, the first favorite. Midnight West facing up to the starting gate. Sponsored here by B&H Electric. Midnight West first in. Luis Contreras with Winter's Lion. Winter's Lion has joined 2-5 favorite Midnight West. Secret Chat leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 82 wins here this season. Evan Roman, Rambo approved, went in well. One more. Joe Ramos with Friar Newton coming up. A muddy main track in New York and here in the Hoosier State for America's Day at the Races. They're in the gate. Going in. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Midnight West sharply away. Friar Newton has early speed. Right there toward the inside, Winter's Lion with in between horses. Secret Chat and wide. Rambo approved has drifted back to last with just inside 7 furlongs to run. With the rail for Manny Esquivel, it's Midnight West to the lead. Very easy early lead for Midnight West, who leads them to the back of this muddy track in front by 3/4 length. Friar Newton in the orange cap, and on the outside is Secret Chat, who's running 3 wide going up the back. In the meantime, Winter's Lion closer toward that wet track rail, while 2 clear from Rambo Approved, who still trails the mile here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs covered in 24.53 seconds for Midnight West. Midnight West easily dictates them going past the half-mile pole. Joe Ramos has Friar Newton still right there with the leader. Secret Chat 3 deep for Fernando de la Cruz as they enter the far turn. Luis Contreras asking Winter's Lion to pick up the front runner Midnight West. With Evan Roman, Rambo Approved remains last of the quintet. Taken through a half mile by Midnight West. The 1-5 first favorite in 48.18 seconds now on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Midnight West, Friar Newton, Secret Chat, and Winter's Lion toward the inside. Rambo Approved is last of the 5 as they come for home. Midnight West looking to seal the deal. 3/4 1 minute 11.93 seconds for Manny Esquivel. Midnight West has a 4-length lead coming past the 16th from on the outside. Winter's Lion, who's gained second from Friar Newton, who's back into third. Secret Chat is 4th. Midnight West, and all the way winner. A length to spare over Winter's Lion. Friar Newton finished third. (137.41) over a muddy track, first of the day. 1-3-6-4 unofficial. Number 1, Midnight West, 1-5 first. 3, Winter's Lion, 9-1 was second. 6, Friar Newton, 5-1 third. There was no superfecta wagering featured. 4, Secret Chat was 4th. 137.41, Manny Esquivel gets the first favorite home for Cipriano Contreras, the now 7-time winner. Midnight West at 1-5 wires them. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1, Midnight West. Under the confident hands of Manny Esquivel. Midnight West is a 5-year-old big gelding by Get Stormy. Out of the Victory Gallop mare, Cupid's Gallop, the now 7-time winner. Racing forward trainer, Cipriano Contreras. Contreras Stable Incorporated. Owners Linda and Ed Fisher. Back on Lasix. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Midnight West, paid 1 to 5. First results in. 1-3 exacta, $7.80. Friar Newton ran third. The 50-cent trifecta, 1-3-6, $7.55. Secret Chat was fourth in the mile. There was no superfecta featured. 2 was a non-runner. Favored first. 5 ran. 137.41 seconds muddy. The winner was claimed. Midnight West for $50,000. Claimed by new owner Danny Keene. Trainer Aaron Shorter claimed Midnight West. Just won the mile. Race 2 of our 9 carded on an all main track affair. Second race maiden dash, no changes, all 6 run in the maiden. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts with a $1 early pick 4 muddy track. Post time will be in 25 minutes at 2:48. Revised post time now 2:48. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay of the mile. Hope you had a bet, as so many others did, on Midnight West. We're in the gate. Going running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Midnight West sharply away. Friar Newton has early speed. Right there toward the inside, Winter's Lion with in between horses. Secret Chat and wide. Rambo Approved has drifted back to last with just inside 7 furlongs to run. With the rail for Manny Esquivel, it's Midnight West to the lead. Very easy early lead for Midnight West, who leads them to the back of this muddy track in front by 3/4 length. Friar Newton in the orange cap, and on the outside is Secret Chat, who's running 3 wide going up the back. In the meantime, Winter's Lion closer toward that wet track rail, while 2 clear from Rambo Approved, who still trails the mile here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs covered in 24.53 seconds for Midnight West. Midnight West easily dictates them going past the half-mile pole. Joe Ramos has Friar Newton still right there with the leader. Secret Chat 3 deep for Fernando de la Cruz as they enter the far turn. Luis Contreras asking Winters Lion to pick up the front runner Midnight West. With Evan Roman, Rambo approved, remains last of the quintet. Taken through a half mile by Midnight West. The 1-5 first favorite in 48.18 seconds now on the edge of the quarter pole. It's Midnight West, Friar Newton, Secret Chat, and Winters Lion toward the inside. Rambo approved is last of the 5 as they come for home. Midnight West looking to seal the deal. 3/4, 1 minute 11.93 seconds for Manny Esquivel. Midnight West has a 4-length lead coming past the 16th from on the outside. Winters Lion, who's gained second, from Friar Newton, who's back into third. Secret Chat is fourth. Midnight West, and all the way winner. A length to spare over Winters Lion.
you try and give them the best opportunity. And I don't know so much that it's just because it's girls, but you try to empower women because it is a very tough business. My dad, Jim Elliott, lives in Brookston. He bought a farm when I was a year old. So I grew up in it day to day. We come in, we usually make a schedule the night before of who's galloping, who's walking, and who goes to the Eurosizer. And then we have to get in touch with jock agents to schedule breezes for the jockeys. Someone comes in at 5 and feeds at 5 in the morning. Then we feed lunch around 11:30. And then that's usually our day. And then we get ready for the races.
Definitely a man's world back here, but all of us women, we really band together. We have a really great community and we all support each other, and that means so much. There's so much emotion that goes into it when you do work that hard. You know, talent gets you very far at times, but when you put the hard work into it on top of it, it gets you places that you never thought you could go. You definitely have to work a little harder, but I think we also have an edge to us that not a lot of men have, and I like to take advantage of that as much as I can. Now I'm a jockey, living my dream.
It's a man's sport for sure. Like, I think women, some people look at them, and I think I'm a little more affectionate with my horses, more hands-on. You know, it's an industry where all your top trainers are men, so I think people look to that. I started underneath my grandpa, Calvin Prescott. Prior to that, I've always had horses in my life. I barrel raced, went to college at Ball State, and then I got back into horses with my grandpa, and I think my own trainer's license was probably somewhere around 2003, maybe, something like that. Started out with just a few. Eventually, I started breeding my own horses, and now I'm up to, I don't even know, 40-something, so a lot.
Hola, mi nombre es Chenevely. Soy Jaguaker, trabajo con Michelle Elliott, tengo aproximadamente 2 años de estar trabajando acá, soy del país de Guatemala.
There's a lot more women in this business now than when I first started 35 years ago. Being a woman, other women feel threatened by you sometimes, so it's always a good idea to go chat with the ladies first. They're your biggest asset and your biggest allies. Women will stick together if you give them a shot.
Back down here in the paddock, a beautiful day in Shelbyville, despite what the track condition may look like. The sun's out, and we're drying out. Hopefully continue to dry out throughout the remainder of this card. If you missed the early pick 5, you didn't miss much so far. 1-5 winner, return 260 for Manny Esquivel and Cipriano Contreras. But we do kick off the pick 4. 15% takeout in that pick 4. $1 minimum this year. It kicks us off with 3-year-old fillies, all bred in the great state of Indiana, made in special weight types in here. No scratches, no changes to be concerned about. And you've got a decision to make on whether you want to lean into the first-time starters later on in the season or if you want some horses with experience. I lean towards those with experience. I like how lightly raced but experienced Air Up There is. A 3-year-old filly by Matoli. Drew a lot of money at the sale, at the OBS sale in 2024. $55,000 for in Indiana bred is a lot of money. However, the breeding has been going in the right direction, as have the purses. Yolola going to be calling the shots as he's been aboard each and every start thus far for this 3-year-old filly. For 514 Racing, Horseshoe traveled very well on debut. In fact, was bet down to favoritism in a 10-horse field. So the barn money had come in on Air Up There, but it was lukewarm favorite, 2-1 or just over, and broke well, pushed through on the rail in a tight spot. They were in very tightly at the 8th pole. I remember it well, and just could never get on terms with Vortex Express. Did lose to Rock and Rocio that day. Last time out, September 11th, Rock and Rocio and Air Up There both raced against one another, and Rock and Rocio really didn't run all that well that day, but Air Up There didn't show that accustomed speed. Did track nicely, tracked like a pro, sitting just off the leaders, but when it came time to run, they kind of got right up, and then Michelin just had another gear. So, and that was a nice one for Silva, but Air Up There was an expected winner almost on both starts and has yet to get the job done. I do believe this is a great spot for this horse. Third start of the career, should put it all together today. Down on the inside, hasn't been troublesome for anyone yet. Our winner did win in race number 1. On the inside with that drying out track, we'll see if Air Up There can get the job done for 514 Racing. But Rock and Rocio is also looking for that elusive first victory. Cipriano Contreras looking for his training double. He got a win with Midnight West. He looks for another one in here with Rock and Rocio, who did not participate on September 11th, was honoring the fallen apparently, because this one went off at 7-5 and just didn't get the job done and really never picked up. Was a complete non-factor. However, the first 2 starts of their career were huge efforts. On debut, ran in a very live race, which was won by Bits of Candy, who was the next out winner. Your second-place finisher also won that day. It was a very solid race for a first-time starter who appeared a little bit green in the lane, still figuring things out mentally. Came back just a couple of weeks later, well-spaced, had a big effort while being 4 or 5 wide and finished very impressively. Then lost a photo finish to theatrically. This horse who has put together 3 great runs and then 1 race, which is just kind of a head-scratcher. If you were to eliminate that September 11th race, I do believe Rock and Rocio would be the heavily backed favorite in here. However, now the bettors have settled in on Air Up There. Maybe it's time for you to pay attention to Rock and Rocio. Everyone else looking a different direction. Maybe overlay price in here. 8-5 morning line, currently Chili on the board at 3-1, but the horse cutting back is going to be in post position number 4. It's Pink Picture, a 3-year-old filly who's tried a little bit of everything for Tony Granite, says he's partial owner and trainer of this one. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be calling the shots. They've tried long on the turf, long on the dirt. Only sprinted once, and that was as a 2-year-old. Since then, they've wanted to be around 2 turns. Now, they've shown route speed, have yet to show any sprint speed. I believe that the 2 and the 5 are going to set the fractions up front. Maybe one of those first-time starters will be in the mix as well, but Pink Picture should be rolling late. The stamina will not be a concern. The endurance and the foundation should certainly be there. However, can Pink Picture keep it close early? That's yet to be determined. The blinkers do come off. First time the blinkers have been off in the last 3 races. We'll see if that makes any difference for the 0-for-8 Pink Picture. 6-1, a great value player in here, but the bettors are making this a 1-horse event with Air Up There. We'll see if the Silks of 514 Racing can get their picture taken today as these 3-year-olds take the main stage to kick off today's early Pick 4.
Maiden fillies stepping onto the muddy track for the second race. This race will be run at 6 furlongs, a field of 6 here in the maiden fillies. All 6 run, no changes. Race 2 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Main track muddy. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Now 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden Philly Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off. Muddy track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the starter, Ray Kuick, Alberto Burgos. First time starter, Rumors of Flying. Andre Zaloa with Air Up There has joined Rumors Are Flying. Here, all 6 run. Designer Tag, Fernando Leather Cruz, for leading trainer Randy Klopp with 43 wins here this season. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., partners Pink Picture wended well, 2 back. Rockin' Rocio, Jose Gutierrez claims the 7-pound apprentice allowance with 34 career wins. At 6 furlongs, 1 more. Evan Roman and 10-time started Yo to Win. Main track remains listed muddy. The second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Rockin' Rocio broke sharp for Jose Gutierrez. Yo to Win hustled toward the inside. Air Up There with early interest. And Pink Picture has come out running in 4th. Toward the inside, the first-time starter. Designer Tag making headway with the white helmet. And the newcomer, Rumors Are Flying, has dropped back to last after a furlong and a half. It's Rockin' Rocio. So Rockin' Rocio, the leader, in front here of Air Up There by just over 2. So break goes 6 more. Designer Tag being driven now at the 3.5. Pink Picture follows in 4th. Yo to Win wide from post 6. And finally, Rumors Are Flying. Around the far turn, quarter was 21.89 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole, it's Rockin' Rocio. Rockin' Rocio leads by 2.5 to Air Up There, who's second by 9. As these maiden fillies come for home. Designer Tag with Rumors Are Flying in the purple cap. Pink Picture and finally Yo to Win. Well into the stretch. Half mile 45.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. Rockin' Rocio leads Pink Picture by 4 past the 16th. Rumors Are Flying into 3rd from Pink Picture, then Yo to Win. Designer Tag dropped away. Rockin' Rocio rolling in the mud. Rockin' Rocio won by 6 from Air Up There. Yo to Win 3rd. Rumors Are Flying back in 4th. .111.64 after the maiden filly sprint. 111.64, 5.261, 5. Rockin' Rocio. 9 to 5 first, 2 Air Up There. 6 to 5 the runner-up. 6 Yo to Win. 33 to 1/3 and 1 the newcomer Rumors Are Flying getting into the frame. Pink Picture. 111.64 was next. 5.261 for the Superfecta. Jose Gutierrez, leading apprentice here this season. A 35th career victory. Cipriano Contreras sweeps the first double of the day. Here for Victory Stables, Rockin' Rocio out to the maiden fillies ranks. Race 2 official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 5, Rockin' Rocio with Jose Gutierrez. Rockin' Rocio, 3-year-old dark Bay Brown filly by Mr. Speaker out of the Midnight Loot Mare Red Blend. The double for Cipriano Contreras here for David Rodriguez's Victory Stables LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rockin' Rocio. $5-2 exact to pay $13 even. 50-cent trifecta, 5-2-6, $27.95. 1-5 double paid $12.20 with Rumors Are Flying fourth making her bow. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-2-6-1, paid $18.74. All 6 ran, muddy track, 111.64 after the running of race 2. Turning to the third, 1 of 3 taken off the turf course, all main track card. Scratch the 5 Lady of Light, 8 Tool Belt, and 10 Night Birdie. Scratch the 5, 8, and 10. 2 Crystal Frost, Sammy Bermudez rides 2 Crystal Frost. The 12 Sheila, the rider Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on 12 Sheila. 1 Mam Cross, the ownership Michael P. Clunan. The ownership of record for the 1 Mam Cross is Michael P. Clunan. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Muddy track, post time for the maiden, 3:18. Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate. And they're off. Rockin' Rocio broke sharp for Jose Gutierrez. Yo to Win hustled toward the inside, Air Up There with early interest, and Pink Picture has come out running in fourth. Toward the inside, the first time starter, Designer Tag making headway with the white helmet, and the newcomer, Rumors Are Flying, has dropped back to last after a furlong and a half. It's Rockin' Rocio. So Rockin' Rocio, the leader, in front here of Air Up There by just over 2. So break goes 6 more. Designer Tag being driven now at the 3.5. Pink Picture follows in fourth. Yo to Win wide from post 6. And finally, Rumors Are Flying. Around the far turn, quarter was 21.89 seconds. Coming toward the quarter pole, it's Rockin' Rocio. Rockin' Rocio leads by 2.5 to Air Up There, who's second by 9 as these maiden fillies come for home. Designer Tag with Rumors Are Flying in the purple cap, Pink Picture, and finally Yo to Win. Well into the stretch, half mile, 45.29 seconds with Jose Gutierrez. Rockin' Rocio leads Pink Picture by 4 past the 16th. Rumors Are Flying into third from Pink Picture, then Yo to Win. Designer Tag dropped away. Rockin' Rocio rolling in the mud. Rockin' Rocio won by 6 from Air Up There. Yo to Win third. Rumors Are Flying back and forth. Horseshoe Indianapolis, they're in the gate. And they're Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time from the 6th race. Just in from the Horseshoe Indianapolis Stewards. Late scratch in the 6th race on 7, Tap On It. All advanced wagers on 7, Tap On It. A late scratch out of the 6th race, refunds. This is in the 6th race of our 9. Main track money, all main track card. Race 6, scratch the 7, Tap On It.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, the upcoming 3rd race, still on a muddy track off turf today. We start that late flyer 5 in race number 4, so you're about 40 minutes away from needing to put in those late flyer 5 tickets. So you better start capping those final 5 thoroughbred races of the day if you want to take advantage of the nation's lowest takeout at 11.99%. Scratch numbers 5, 8, and 10 out of the upcoming 3rd race in here. This one originally carded to be 5 furlongs on the turf course, now run on a muddy main track. And with those 3 scratches, your main track only, in pose position number 13 did draw in. The only horse in this field that ultimately wanted to be on the dirt. So that is where my eyes start, and that is where they will finish as well for 514 Racing, who had to settle for 2nd with air up there, but they look for their winner of the day with this 3-year-old filly by Maximus Mischief, who puts the blinkers on today, but that's not the biggest change. The change that I see that is going to yield success in here is going from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. They've been very patient with Jordan's Deal, debuting at 2 last season, running a good 2nd, then came back at 3 years old and has been picking up pieces with a couple of third-place finishes this year, but not the best kind of paychecks that you want. You want that elusive victory, that challenging victory to get, and I think with the class relief, Jordan's Deal will be able to carry that speed much further than she has been able to at the maiden special weight level. Breaking sharp and getting the lead has not been her issue. It's been finishing off her races and finishing them with aplomb. I think going back from 6 furlongs to 5 furlongs is going to yield dividends, and then you've also got turf to dirt in play. This is an allowance type horse who has allowance like speed at the claiming ranks. I think Jordan's Deal is going to be tough to deal with up front, and 5 furlongs is absolutely perfect. I got to be honest, I'm not a believer of Jordan's Deal necessarily at 5.5 furlongs, 6 furlongs, but if she's going to win, it's going to be today against a bunch of horses who wanted to ultimately be on the turf, dropping in class, the biggest drop in the game from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. If there's a day for Jordan's Deal to win, it is certainly today. 5-2 right now on the board off that 6-1 morning line. Currently favored, but in lukewarm fashion. The unknown comes down on the inside. I'm going to have the bookenders in the starting gate in this one. Post position number 13 right down to post position number 1. Mam Cross, Owen Hardy, and Walter Rodriguez, a 3-year-old filly by Dialed In. Another who goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, ships in from the West Coast, debuted 2 days after Christmas at Santa Anita. Now went off at 20-1 in a maiden special weight event, and really was off slowly and then ultimately eased in that race. Has been training consistently. This is a horse that ownership brought over to Turfway Park as recently as July, so has been over at Turfway working on the synthetic and training very well. Does have 4 back-to-back-to-back 5 furlong workouts, so that's a little bit pesky for Mam Cross at 9-1. Is endurance or stamina a little bit of an issue? That could be the case in here with Mam Cross, who gets gets Lasix for the first time, and then also goes from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming as well for Mam Cross. The 3 is My Strong Heart, Lily Gonzalez, Joshua Romero, 0 for 11, another one who's incredibly quick in the spot, a 3-year-old filly by Bucaro, has taken the dip down from maiden special weight to maiden claiming in the past, and has certainly resulted in better finishes. However, not able to get that first victory. When they've gone down to this class level in the past, they were beaten by a length after being quickly away, and then beaten by 2 lengths, finishing second last time out behind Daddy's Dreamin', who dropped from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming and got in at first asking. So I think My Strong Heart is in with a big shot in here. This is a horse who may not be dropping for the first time from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, but has only been beaten by very narrow margins when at this level before. Another horse, much like Jordan's Deal, fairly unusual at 5.5 or 6 furlongs, but 5 furlongs should be just right for the ultra quick My Strong Heart, who's going to provide some pace up front with Jordan's Deal. We'll see how it shakes out. 13, 1, and 3 as we are about 6 minutes away from race number 3 here at Horseshoe Indy. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the third race. Here you field of 10 for this Made in Philly sprint. 5 furlongs on the main track. Main track relays labeled Muddy. Scratch 5 Lady of Light. 8 Tool Belt and the 10 Night Birdie. The 5, 8, and the 10 are the non-runners. 2 Crystal Frost, a jockey change to Sammy Bermudez. They're on 2 Crystal Frost. Number 12 Sheila, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., the pilot on the 12 Sheila. 1 Mamcross is owned by Michael P. Clunan Soli. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Now less than 1 minute away from post time for the Made in Philly sprint. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Walter Rodriguez with Mam Cross. Alex Ashard with Total Class. Joins Mam Cross. Sammy Bermudez with Crystal Frost. Now, My Strong Heart, Joseph Romero claims the 7 pounds. Brouhaha, Joe Ramos with 66 winners here this season. Evan Roman with Heart of Stone coming up. There's the white dots on the black sleeves. Martin Garcia with Maria Moon. Midnight West and Rockin' Rocio, our first 2 winners here on this muddy track. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Partners Sheila. Goth. The starters crew working here with Goth. Fernando de la Cruz, the meet leader. Goth is in. Back on board. The more than ready filly. Leading jockey here this season, Fernando de la Cruz goes. Back on board, Goth. One more, Mitch Morrow with Jordan Steele runs his main track only for Tim Eggleston. This one of 3 taken off the Caesars course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. All main track card, muddy, at 5 furlongs. All in line. Ready. Jordan Steele now getting fidgety in the starting gate. Set. And they're off, and Jordan Steele hopped in the air at the start. That might prove costly. The speeds drop back to last. My Strong Heart sharply away with Goth quick to challenge her. Mam Cross right there with the rail as they streak past the half-mile pole. Then comes Brouhaha with Total Class now making a move between horses. We've lost a horse there. Losing the rider was Heart of Stone. Heart of Stone has unseated Evan Roman after a couple of furlongs where Goth has taken the lead from My Strong Heart, and they've opened up an 8-length lead on Mam Cross in 3rd, Total Class in 4th, Brouhaha is 5th. We're toward the inside as they turn for home. Crystal Frost on the far outside. Maria Moon is next with Brouhaha, and finally Sheila. Losing the rider was Heart of Stone. They're coming down toward the final furlong with Joseph Romero. In front here is Goth. Goth leads here for Fernando de la Cruz from My Strong Heart, and Goth is opening up on them. 9 lengths past the 16th. Total Class into 2nd. Late run by Jordan Steele, who was left at the post. Goth wins by 6. Jordan Steele was 2nd, Total Class 3rd, and Crystal Frost finished 4th. $59.01 after that maiden filly sprint. $59.01 inquiry concerns the spill on the back of the track. 6-13-7-2 inquiry. 6 Goth at 12-1 was first. 13 Jordan's Deal. 6-5 second. 7 Total Class. 23-1 third, and 2 Crystal Frost at 8-1 was 4th. Hold all tickets until official. Goth, more than ready filly. Fernando de la Cruz for Mike Maker was 12-1. Inquiry concerns the backstretch run. Hold all tickets 6-13-7-2. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 6 Goth with Fernando de la Cruz. Goth is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by More Than Ready. The Street Cry mare Rose Mine, Mike Maker trains for Pura Vida Investments LLC of Deuce Great House. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Goth out to the maiden fillies ranks in 59.01. After the inquiry, this concerning the backstretch run of the spill with the 4 Heart of Stone, the stewards have disqualified number 1 Mam Cross from 5th and will place that filly last for interference on the back of the track. That was the 5th place horse. 1 Mam Cross disqualified from 5th and placed last for interference. Third race official. 613 exacta paid $122.60. First pick 3 of the day, combining Midnight West with Rock and Rocio with Goth. 50-cent pick 3 paid $22.70. 5-6 double, $36 even. Crystal Frost 4th in the maiden filly sprint. 10-cent superfecta paid $263.68. 59.01. On to the 4th we go. No changes in the next. All 8 start. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Muddy track it remains. Post time will be at 3:49. And they're off, and Jordan Steele hopped in the air at the start. That might prove costly. The speeds drop back to last. My Strong Heart sharply away with Goth quick to challenge her. Mam Cross right there with the rail as they streak past the half-mile pole. Then comes Brew Ha Ha with Total Class now making a move between horses. We've lost a horse there. Losing the rider was Heart of Stone. Heart of Stone has unseated Evan Roman after a couple of furlongs where Goth has taken the lead from My Strong Heart, and they've opened up an 8-length lead on Mam Cross in 3rd, Total Class in 4th, Bruja is 5th. We're toward the inside as they turn for home. Crystal Frost on the far outside. Maria Moon is next with Brew Ha Ha, and finally Sheila. Losing the rider was Heart of Stone. They're coming down toward the final furlong with Joseph Romero. In front here is Goth. Goth leads here for Fernando de la Cruz from My Strong Heart, and Goth is opening up on them. 9 lengths past the 16th. Total Class into 2nd. Late run by Jordan Steele, who was left at the post. Goth wins by 6. Jordan Steele was 2nd, Total Class 3rd, and Crystal Frost finished 4th.
All right.
Third race maiden filly sprint. There's the full order. 59.01. There were 2 claims in for number 11. Maria Moon ran 6th. And a 2-way shake for $12,500. Maria Moon was claimed. New owner Nathan McCauley. Trainer Jose Casares claimed Maria Moon from the maiden.
If there's any life jackets lying around, throw it out to the computer-assisted wagering programs in race number 3. We've had a lot of rain here, but our racetrack doesn't need those life vests because in race number 3, we talk about it a lot, following those pick 3 will pays. It did indicate that Mam Cross was likely going to take some play and some action, and did just that. Mam Cross got hammered late, loaded at 7-1, off at 5-2, and never involved to be disqualified and finish last. Everyone chatting about those off odds aren't talking about that one because Goff, your winner, 4-1 morning line goes off at 12-1, and if you backed that one, congratulations because you got a huge overlay. Doesn't happen enough, but we celebrate when it does happen here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So congratulations to the backer as our leading rider goes off at 12-1 in race number 3. 10 minutes away from the late Fire 5. No scratches, no changes in this upcoming event. 1 mile and 70 yards. And this one, I got to be honest, when I'm monitoring those will pays for the pick 3s, it does look like that the horse that's going to take some late action here is looking at Justice for Steve Asmussen, Keith Asmussen. Very clear second choice in the pick 3s behind my top selection, who's currently chilly on the board, but that's fool's gold. This horse is not going to go off anywhere near 7-2, projected at 7-5, Tour the Moon. Now, Tour the Moon has recent races that should win this race. However, that's been the case for about 2 years for Tour the Moon, and this is a horse who has 2 wins from 37 starts, 0 for 14 the last 2 years, but luckily those 2 wins did come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Is 0 for 8 on a wet track, however, 5 second and third place finishes, has a late running style that is conducive for paying the way, but not necessarily resulting in the winning ways here at Horseshoe Indy, because Tour the Moon likes to sit off the leaders and make one run of it late. Was last seen on Silks and Roses night on the turf course at the allowance level. This is the lowest level this 6-year-old has tried since this winter at Turfway Park when they were in for 7,500 non-winners of 3. Now in for 8,000. Rodney Prescott going to be aboard. It's been some time since he's ridden this 6-year-old, but he does team up with Tony Duran at 14%. We'll see if Tour of the Moon can time it right. Looks the best on paper, is chilly on the board at this time, but following those projections, likely to go off at 8-5 in here. I think there's enough pace to chase. A horse who has experience on a wet track certainly looks the part down here, and the class relief should be enough to get the job done. But Classic Express is the unknown in here. Now, don't get me wrong, this horse hasn't performed very well on the main track, but does bring in some good races. You get Gutierrez, Gennaro Garcia, frankly, a jockey-trainer combination that I can't overlook anymore. The G-gang, or G-squared, between Gutierrez and Gennaro have been a good thing. 2 wins from 11 starts, however, is 0 for 4 this season, all 4 defeats coming on the turf. They're going back to the main track where they only have 3 tries on the main track, and one of them came on debut where they ran evenly all the way around the racetrack, debuted going 1 mile, so you know the plan all along was some added ground, always at the allowance ranks. This is the first time going to the claiming ranks, and it's a huge drop in class. 11 starts, all at the allowance level, 2 victories, now down for $8,000. We'll see if red and green blinkers can get the job done in here. For Classic Express, as LTB Inc. and Hillerich Racing have waved the white flag on Classic Express, now putting him where he can likely win in this spot with the 7-pound weight break as well. But this one has much more tactical speed than your top selection. Number 7 is That's Life. Tony Duran enters in too. He's got both the 7 and the 8. You always need to pay attention to the trainer's other horse when that's the case. Rancho Maraca owns them both. I'm sure they do not care how the account gets filled up. Which horse fills it up does not matter as long as it goes in their account. Another 2-time winner from 22 starts, 0 for 7 this season. However, this is a horse who has had a little bit of excuses throughout. Lost to McAdoo, who was about 1-5 or 1-9 back on September 16th at the allowance level on the turf. Does have 2 wins on the dirt and has had a bad tendency of missing the break. I think if Mitch Murrow can get this one out of the starting gate, Santos Sanger off, Mitch aboard, potentially That's Life could run a big race at a decent number in here at 5-1. Those are the top 3 selections. Let's take a look at how I assembled my late Fire 5 ticket, trying to take advantage of the lowest takeout in the country. Going to use the top 3 selections, which you heard me discuss. I happen to love an Indiana bred against Open Company, and I don't say that very often. Hawkeye. This horse brings in a 4-race win streak. Before that, had settled for second a lot, but figured things out both mentally as well as physically. Earlier this year was in for 15,000 non-winners of 2, and then 2 back-to-back wins at the allowance level. Then Open Company allowance and completely dominated Chocolate Mousse for Randy Klopp, who I think very highly of. I am singling Hawkeye and likely win wagering as well. Race number 6, sneaky, tricky event in here, but I'm going to go G-Force Jimmy along with Pay Me Later. Not a ton of thoughts in there. Tap Bonnet was a late scratch, so if you didn't have the scratch of the 7, make sure you do now. Tap Bonnet is out of the 6th event. 1-4 in race number 7. The best betting opportunity, frankly, comes in an off-turf event. Oftentimes, when you come off the turf, the races get wide open, and that's the case in race 7. It is a complete guessing game in the 7th race. 3-year-olds and upwards claiming 25,000. Scratch the 2, 3, 7, 11, and 13 out of that event. Potentially the best betting race of the day, but you're going to be holding on tight as you feel them loading into the gate. Not a lot of recent success on the dirt in there. Those horses that have been on the dirt primarily, you would think they would move up immensely. However, they continue to find ways to get beaten. It's a great betting race in the late daily double beginning in race number 7. And then in race number 8, we're going to take a little bit of a top 3 selections in here. Amigo Meister is potentially a beatable favorite, but not one that I was interested in throwing out because I think we could potentially get some good prices elsewhere. I'm going to also use Bit of Justice for Gennaro Garcia, Manny Esquivel. Going to stick around for the final thoroughbred race of the day, despite being a low-level claimer. That has my attention at 12-1. 4, 5, and 6 as the riders set to get the leg up here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we kick off the nation's lowest takeout, the Late Fire 5, coming at you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, a couple of late jockey changes on today's racing program, both for Evan Roman, involved in that third race spill on Heart of Stone when unseated. Evan Roman off his bounce in the 4th and 8th here in the 4th race. Call for riders up. 1 star review of the jockey, Alberto Burgos. Leads them onto the track. Alberto Burgos rides 1 star review here in the 4th next. Turning to the 8th race later today, race 8, number 7, Gimmel. Make the jockey change there, Alberto Burgos. Picks up another, Alberto Burgos on 7, Gimmel. Again, jockey Evan Roman off his remaining mounts today. The horses stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This carded at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 8. All 8 run. There's that jockey change. Alberto Burgos rides 1 star review. Alberto Burgos on the 1 and a change of rider. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent late pick 5. Muddy track, 1 minute. Less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Alberto Burgos. That lead change of rider. For Star Review, our thoughts to Evan Roman. Luis Contreras, Cowboy Justice has joined Star Review. Alex Achard with Benny's Day going in. Danilo Grasales Rave with Dowie. Looking at Justice, Keith Asmussen rides for his Hall of Fame father. Dowie's in. Classic Express, Jose Gutierrez has a win on the card. All main track card here today. Track remains labeled muddy, now Classic Express. Tour of the Moon 9-5 favorite. Mitchell Murrell, That's Life. At 1 mile and 70 yards, one more. Rodney Prescott with Tour of the Moon. Like That's Life, both for Tony Duran. They're in the gate. They're off. And Classic Express broke well toward the inside Benny's Day. There's Tour of the Moon with an early run for Rodney Prescott, and Dowie is right there coming with an early charge after Tour of the Moon and toward the inside Benny's Day as they enter the first turn. So now with Danilo Grasales Rave, Dowie takes the top and is in front of Tour of the Moon. Over toward the rail now at the 6.5. With Benny's Day third upon settling. On the outside is Looking at Justice and the Royal Blue and White halves running in fourth. Farther out is Cowboy Justice in fifth. Then comes That's Life and the purple cap with a pom-pom. To the inside is Classic Express and Star Review trails. The opening quarter in 24.04 seconds as they go up the back of this muddy track. It's Dowie. So Dowie leads them at the 4.5 with a 2-length advantage over Tour of the Moon and his partner. That's Life gaining with the rail, both for Tony Duran. Benny's Day is next in fourth position. Then on the outside, Looking at Justice, Classic Express with the rail. Cowboy Justice being asked to pick up 3 furlongs from home, and with Alberto Burgos, Star Review still the back marker. It's Dowie. Takes them through a half mile in 49.43 seconds, inside 3 to go. Dowie clings on to a slight lead as Tour of the Moon is making this bid now, coming toward the quarter pole, head to head, right there toward the inside. That's Life, Benny's Day, and on the outside, Cowboy Justice is in range. 3/4, 1 minute 15.06 seconds. Tour of the Moon for Rodney Prescott, and Dowie is in for the fight. Dowie responds to the pressure, and Dowie just turned back Tour of the Moon. Past the 16th, That's Life is running in third. Benny's Day back in fourth. It's Dowie, and Dowie does it by 2. Tour of the Moon was second. That's Life third. Benny's Day finished fourth. 144.12 seconds unofficial. 6.8726 Dowie. 5-1 first. 8 toward the moon. 5-2 was second. 7 That's Life. Third and 2 Benny's Day. 7-1 fourth. Hold all tickets until official. Son of Gormley. Dowie. Danilo Gonzalez Rave. For Lily Gonzalez, a 5-1 winner to start the late pick 5. The result of the fourth race is official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Dowie with Danilo Gonzalez Rave. Dowie is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Gormley out of the Yankee Victor Mare Saint Savior. Lily Gonzalez trains for Esteban R. Gordillo Ramirez, LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dowie. 5-1 winner. Results and prices on race 4. 6-8 exacta paid $72.60. 50-cent trifecta 6-8-7, $56.55. 6-6 double paid $278.60. This 50-cent pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4. 5 with the 6 with the 6 Dowie. $199.15. And with Benny's Day 4th, the 10-cent superfecta, 6872 paid $57.56. All 8 started. Muddy track, 144.12 after the running of race 4. Race 5 is our next port of call. Again, it's one of 3 taken off the turf course. We have an all-main track card here to wrap up the race week. 18 minutes away. 5th race on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 3 Butch's Best. 6 Spankster, take out the 8 Foxtrot Anna, 9 Balakazoo, and 11 Finster. Main track over the 5, scratch the 3, 6, 8, 9, and 11. Race 5 will feature exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts with a $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Main track muddy, post time 4:18. Just as a quick reminder to all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful, no live racing Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. This race week, no live racing tomorrow, dark on Saturday and Sunday. First floor OTB here, open for simulcast wagering all week long. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, open 24/7. Next live race card will be on Monday, and Monday post time will be at 2:10. Here comes the race replay next. Charge after Toward the Moon and Toward the Inside, Benny's Day as they enter the first turn. So now with Danilo Grasales Rave, Dowie takes the top and is in front of Toward the Moon. Over toward the rail now at the 6.5. With Benny's Day third upon settling. On the outside is Looking at Justice and the Royal Blue and White halves running in fourth. Farther out is Cowboy Justice in fifth. Then comes That's Life and the purple cap with a pom-pom. To the inside is Classic Express and Star Review Trails. The opening quarter in 24.04 seconds as they go up the back of this muddy track. It's Dowie. So Dowie leads them at the 4.5 with a 2-length advantage over Tour of the Moon and his partner, That's Life, gaining with the rail, both for Tony Duran. Benny's Day is next in fourth position. Then on the outside, Looking at Justice, Classic Express with the rail. Cowboy Justice being asked to pick up 3 furlongs from home, and with Alberto Burgos, Star Review still the back marker. It's Dowie. Takes them through a half mile in 49.43 seconds, inside 3 to go. Dowie clings on to a slight lead as Toward the Moon is making this bid now, coming toward the quarter pole, head to head, right there toward the inside. That's Life, Benny's Day, and on the outside, Cowboy Justice is in range. 3/4, 1 minute 15.06 seconds. Toward the Moon for Rodney Prescott, and Dowie is in for the fight. Dowie responds to the pressure, and Dowie just turned back Toward the Moon. Past the 16th, That's Life is running in third. Benny's Day back in fourth. It's Dowie, and Dowie does it by 2. Toward the Moon was second. That's Life third. They're off.
12-1 and 5-1 after a little bit of a chalky beginning. We've found some long shots along the way. We'll see if that trend will continue in here. I originally had a 20-1 morning line, but you can throw out those morning lines when the surface changes. Wouldn't pay attention to the morning lines, not even a little bit, when you switch from the turf to the dirt. Now on a muddy main track. That track has not been upgraded yet today, and I'm not sure if we'll ever get there. Scratch 3, 6, 8, 9, and 11. Finster was not on the original scratches, but is now out of this event. My top selection, Hawkeye, was set to make his turf debut today and appeared to be in a very tough spot on the turf, but I love this animal on our main track. And a horse for course. Hawkeye has really come into himself very nicely. In fact, he's 9 for 12 into the exacta. He's on a 4-race winning streak after finishing second 3 times in a row. He was a voided claim September 19th, almost a year ago to the day. And whoever dropped that claim slip has to be wondering why in the world they were unable to secure Hawkeye, because since then went through the non-winners of 2 at the claiming level, being withdrawn from being claim eligible off the layoff June 5th, and then racked up 2 allowance wins against state-bred competition. Last time out, tried open competition, which is always a tall task for horses at the allowance level. Indiana breds taking out open company, and Hawkeye just dominated. Went off at 11-1, but ran like a 1-5 shot. Now, that's all the good news. The bad news is he's never really tried 5 furlongs. He is awfully quick. He can go to the lead in most cases if he wants it, but he's shown the ability to come from off the pace. We'll see what he opts to do in here with Alberto Burgos aboard. He's been aboard 3 out of the last 4 starts. The last win came out of the guidance of Fernando de la Cruz, but he gets Burgos back, who's a perfect 3 for 3 thus far this season. We'll see if the winning ways can continue for the Indiana bred Hawkeye. 9-5 on the board, but he's going to have to take on some tough foes, many of them shipping in from around the country. But Balsa, who shipped in from Churchill, has actually been here the last 2 races for Aaron Shorter, who's still looking for his first winner of the season here. Now, that's misleading at 0 for 8 because there are 3 seconds, third place finish, and numerous troubled trips. Balsa tried the turf last time out, ran a great second at 11-1, just could not push past Clear the Air, who was shipping in that day. Luis Contreras going to be aboard this 5-year-old for the first time, who does have 5 wins, but is winless so far on the season. He's got 4 wins last year, but 0 for 6 this year. He does have a win at Horseshoe Indy, but we'll see how he does today. 2 of those 5 wins have been on the main track. He likes to come from off the pace. He should get some pace to chase. It's been a while since he's been on the lead early on. I do think breaking from the outside, this one's going to look to sit just off the hip of Hawkeye and see who can call on their class that final 1/8 of a mile. We'll see if Balsa can rely on maybe having a little bit more class than Hawkeye at this point, now favorably drawn to the outside. Have to love the post position for the ownership, 3-1 on the board. Your inside runners, King Cab, Heather Arion, and Ronaldo Arrieta going to be calling the shots in here. If anyone moves up with the surface change, I think it's probably this one in a big way. This horse has 2 wins on the synthetic, but hadn't hit the board in 3 tries on the turf. 4 wins all on the main track. Unfortunately, they all come on fast main tracks, but ultra quick. This could be the upsetter in here as the money clicks in. King Cab, taking some love, just became the favorite early on in our wagering pools. A lot expected to change, but right now Arrieta getting the leg up on the ultra speedy Florida bred by Noble Bird. I remember Noble Bird storming down the lane to win numerous tries in the slop, including the Lucas Classic at Churchill Downs. We'll see if the son of Noble Bird can get a win in the mud. The 6-year-old King Cab currently favored, but on your screen, the Indy bred taking on open company. It's Hawkeye in a race coming up, kicking off that late pick 4, the Itoba pick 4, $1 minimum, 15% takeout, coming up 4 minutes from now.
The horses call posted now for the 5th race. One of the 3 taken off the Caesars course here. Main track remains labeled muddy. A field of 6 for the sprint over the 5 furlongs. Muddy track, scratch 3, Butch's Best. 6, Spankster. Take out the 8, Foxtrot Anna. 9, Balakazoo, and 11, Finster. The 3, 6, 8, 9, and 11. All the non-runners, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Muddy track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start. Main track Muddy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Rainier Arietta with King Cab. The first of 6 to move into the starting gate here. Gabriel Saez with Linzer. Join King Cab. Rodney Prescott, Now That I Can Rock. Sammy Bermudez with Unworkable. Now the 4-time winner at the meet. Up comes Hawkeye. Alberto Burgos for John Herron. Vying for the training title here this season. One more. Luis Contreras with Balsa. This field with 24 wins between them. Muddy track all in line. Now That I Can Rock. Getting fractious there in the start. Rough and sprinting. Fast start for Linzer with Hawkeye and the green cap showing that early speed. And right there is Unworkable. He's fast too. It's Linzer. Linzer for Gabriel Saez is the speed of the speed, pressed by Unworkable, and Hawkeye is up with them at the 3.5. Balsa on the far outside with King Cab. Now That I Can Rock trails the sextet as they round the far turn just inside 3 furlongs from home. It's Linzer. So Linzer spearheads them as Hawkeye starts this bid for Alberto Burgos. The first 2 of 5 furlongs at 21.58. Unworkable straightens away in third. Balsa fourth on the far outside as Hawkeye comes to take on Linzer. King Cab we trail back to Now That I Can Rock. 1 furlong to go. It's Linzer. Linzer leads Hawkeye. Second gamely, and here comes Hawkeye. Hawkeye descends on Linzer. Hawkeye on the outside. Toward the inside is Linzer. Linzer and Hawkeye eyeing another meet win. Hawkeye and Linzer. Linzer holds Hawkeye today. King Cab third. Unworkable finish fourth. Photo finish. 57.21 seconds after the 5 furlongs buddy track. Photo inquiry into the running. Linzer 4-1 over Hawkeye. King Cab back in third. 57.21 seconds on Workable. Fourth of the 6. 2-7-1-5. Now That I Can Rock, and we trailed back to Balsa. Unofficial inquiry into the running. 2 Linzer, 4-1 first, 7 Hawkeye, 6-5 favorite, the runner-up. 1 King Cab third, and 5 Unworkable fourth. Unofficial inquiry into the sprint. Hold all tickets. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 2 Linzer with Gabriel Saez. It's unofficial. Linzer is a 4-year-old dark mare brown gelding by Street Sense. And of the Tappet mare Macaroon. Joe Sharp trains for Carl R. Moore Management LLC. Linzer, the unofficial sprint winner, in 57.21 pending the steward's inquiry result. The inquiry has been withdrawn into the running of the featured sprint. No change in the order. 2-7-1-5. Result official. 2-7 exacta paid $27.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-7-1, $22.55. 6-2 double and even, $82. Workable ran fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 2-7-1-5, $10.39. 50-cent pick three, $558.75. The $1 early pick four, $4,208.80. The 50-cent early pick five, 5 of 5, $2,036.60. 57.21 muddy track after the running of race 5. After the sprint feature, race 6, scratch 7, tap on it. 7 tap on it has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent grand high 5 pentafecta featured here on the next one. Double pick 3. Post time 4:48. Getting fractious there in the start. Roffin sprinting. Fast start for Linzer with Hawkeye in the green cap, showing that early speed, and right there is Unworkable. He's fast too. It's Linzer. Linzer for Gabriel Saez is the speed of the speed, pressed by Unworkable, and Hawkeye is up with them at the 3.5. Balsa on the far outside with King Cab. Now that I Can Rock trails the Sextet as they round the far turn just inside 3 furlongs from home. It's Linzer. So Linzer spearheads them as Hawkeye starts this bid for Alberto Burgos. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 21.58. Unworkable straightens away in third. Balsa fourth on the far outside as Hawkeye comes to take on Linzer. King Cab we trail back to Now That I Can Rock. 1 furlong to go. It's Linzer. Linzer leads Hawkeye. Second gamely, and here comes Hawkeye. Hawkeye descends on Linzer. Hawkeye on the outside. To the inside is Linzer. Linzer and Hawkeye eyeing another meet win. Hawkeye and Linzer. Linzer holds Hawkeye today. King Cab third. Getting fractious there in the start. Robbins.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. How much have you been willing to bet on a racehorse? Most of us just bet $2, but some of us are more daring. A horse named Joe Cotton seemed to bring out people's wild side. It first occurred when the man he was named after, Joe Cotton, bet a small fortune that he would win the 1885 Kentucky Derby, only for Joe Cotton to stumble. Despite this, he overcame trouble to win by a small margin, giving a real fright to his namesake before he won big. Under new ownership as an older horse, his owner Mike Dwyer told two people to bet $3,000 each on his horse. But due to a miscommunication, his workers actually bet $40,000, or $1.3 million in today's currency, on his horse. And he told both the jockey and the owner of the miscommunication. So they knew how much was riding on this win. Joe Cotton would get into trouble once more when the race began, and his rival, despite being a long shot, decided that day to open up 12 lengths. Joe Cotton had to use all his courage and strength to make up the difference, carrying 25 more pounds than his opponent. And as they crossed the wire, he had prevailed by a nose. His jockey, after the finish line, fainted, and Mike Dwyer likely aged by at least 5 years. But both times, Joe Cotton had brought the degenerate gambler to the edge of death before giving them a last-dash win. That concludes this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute.
6 minutes to the sixth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a very nice allowance. Mile and a 16th. The 7 is out. I'm going to go with the 1 here on top. G-Force Jimmy. Sammy Bermudez is aboard for Tony Cunningham, and let's go back through this. This horse has been so close. You know, Tony said she's just an honest filly, and they're having a hard time getting that non-2 win. June 11th was second in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore, 6 furlongs. Then July 30th, second in the First Lady at a mile and 70. Then she was second last out on September 5th on the turf routing. I mean, she's such a versatile filly. She just looks really good in this spot, and I'm not shocked she's 6-5. Another option, though, for you if you don't want to eat that price, the 4 Pay Me Later. 7-2 here, I think, has a shot. Bob Gorham has this 3-year-old filly by Painter, making her 6th lifetime start. She broke the maiden 2 back on July 10th, routing a mile and 70. We're going a mile and a 16th today. And for her, that will be the first time ever she's gone that long as we're looking for her. Where is she? She's hiding from us. Jockeys are legging up. She did flash some nice speed last time and ran second versus winners for the first time. Then I'm going to go to the 6. I'm so sorry, you guys. The 7 scratched out last minute. I'll just talk about the 6 real quick, fifth wheel, because I went and talked to Burgess, and he said he's just going to try to stay on the outside because the rail's kind of been dead lately and see if he can close. It has been mainly front runners, but he's excited and thinks that she's going to do well against winners for the first time. As you take a look at the 6 now at 4-1. 1-4-6 for me here in the 6th race. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for race 6. It's the 6th of 9 on an all-main track card, Muddy. Here over the mile and a 16th, a field of 6. 7 Tap Bonnet has been scratched. Scratch the 7 Top Bonnet, top. One of those days. Tap Bonnet from the race card. The 7's a non-runner, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent grand high 5, double, pick 3. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Sammy Bermudez with G-Force Jimmy. Now Jose Gutierrez with Matoli's Secret joins G-Force Jimmy. The first two of the sextet have moved into the starting gate. Happy Match. Fernando Lota Cruz won our third of the day with Goth. Luis Contreras, Pay Me Later, like Happy Match. Both here for Bob Gorham over the mile and a 16th. Pay Me Later. G-Force Jimmy right now, even money favorite. It's 2-1 Pay Me Later and 5-1 Lila B. Has moved in with Joseph Romero and one more. Alberto Burgos, fifth wheel. She was the last out maiden winner here. They're in the gate. They're off. Toward the inside, G-Force Jimmy. Matoli's Secret with early speed, along with Lila B, who's up and after the lead now for Joseph Romero, vying for it with Matoli's Secret near the rail as they make their way into the first turn. Pay Me Later with G-Force Jimmy. Fifth wheel is wide as they round the first turn, and toward the inside, Happy Match. The leader is Matoli's Secret. Matoli's Secret, the overall leader, at 16-1 for Jose Gutierrez, tracked by Lila B. G-Force Jimmy, third toward the inside there for Samir Bermudez as they go up the back. Then comes Pay Me Later with Happy Match in the purple cap, and fifth wheel is last. The opening quarter covered in 23.98 seconds. Matoli's Secret generates the pace. Matoli's Secret by 3/4 length to a close-up Lila B. G-Force Jimmy third, trying to inch in with Pay Me Later running in fourth. Fifth wheel up on spot while wide, and Happy Matches drop back to last. They have inside a half mile to run. Matoli's Secret remains the 16-1 target. Half mile in 48.92 seconds. Matoli's Secret now confronted by Lila B, who's nosed in front. 3 furlongs to go. And Pay Me Later is gearing up for a run now for Luis Contreras, and here she comes. G-Force Jimmy starts to gain. Matoli's Secret led, but has dropped back as these fillies come past the quarter pole. Fifth wheel and Happy Match. Pay Me Later leads into the top of this muddy stretch after 3/4 in 1 minute 13.72 seconds. Pay Me Later, 1 furlong to go, has a 2-length buffer zone over G-Force Jimmy, who's coming full on now. Lila B is back in third. They come past the 16th. G-Force Jimmy trying to close down Pay Me Later. Pay Me Later spurts away near home and wins by 2.5 to G-Force Jimmy. Lila B third, and Happy Match finished fourth. Fifth wheel, Matoli's Secret, was last to pull up. 145.97. 41536. The unofficial, first number 4. Pay me later. 2-1. 1 G-Force Jimmy, 3 to 5 second. Could not reel Pay Me Later in. 5 Lila B, 8 to 1 third. 3 Happy Match, 11 to 1 fourth, and 6 fifth wheel fifth for the Pentafecta featured. 41536. Matoli's Secret trailed them home. 6 ran, 145.97. 2 to 1 second choice. Pay Me Later. Luis Contreras on the Painter filly for Bob Gore Mass Thoroughbreds. Pay Me Later. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 4, Pay Me Later, with Luis Contreras. Pay Me Later is a 3-year-old Duck Bear Brown filly by Painter. Under the Take Charge Indy Mare, Take Charge Sister. Bob Gorham trains for Mast Thoroughbreds LLC of Henry Mast. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Pay Me Later at 2 to 1. Second choice wins, it's official. 4-1 exacta, $11.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 415, $12.90. 2-4 double, $45. Happy Match fourth, 10-cent superfecta, $5.79. The pick 3, 6 with the 2 with the 4, $84.30. 10-cent pentafecta, fifth wheel fifth. The 10-cent Grand High 5 paid $11.21. The 7 Tap Bonnet was a non-runner. Favorite, second. 6 ran. Muddy Track 145.97 seconds. 20 minutes away, race 7 of 9 to wrap up the race week. No live racing here Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. First Floor Road TB open those days. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino here in Shelbyville open 24/7. Race 7, scratch 2 Driftwood. It's off the turf. Main track at 1 mile 70 yards. Also take out 3 Liar's Poker. Scratch 7 Epimethium. 11 Count of Amazonia. Scratch 13 Memphis Pharaoh. Scratch the 2-3 7-11 and the number 13 from the track program. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time will be 5:18. Toward the inside, G-Force Jimmy, Matoli's Secret with early speed, along with Lila B, who's up and after the lead now for Joseph Romero, vying for it with Matoli's Secret near the rail as they make their way into the first turn. Pay Me Later with G-Force Jimmy. Fifth wheel is wide as they round the first turn, and toward the inside, Happy Match. The leader is Matoli's Secret. Matoli's Secret, the overall leader, at 16 to 1 for Jose Gutierrez, tracked by Lila B. G-Force Jimmy, third toward the inside there for Samer Bermudez as they go up the back. Then comes Pay Me Later with Happy Match in the purple cap, and fifth wheel is last. The opening quarter covered in 23.98 seconds. Matoli's Secret generates the pace. A Totally Secret by 3/4 length to a close-up Lila B. G-Force Jimmy third, trying to winch in, with Pammy Later running in fourth. Fifth wheel up on spot while wide, and Happy Matches drop back to last. They have inside a half mile to run. A Totally Secret remains the 16-1 target. Half mile in 48.92 seconds. The Totally Secret now confronted by Lila B, who's nosed in front. 3 furlongs to go. And Pammy Later is gearing up for a run now for Luis Contreras, and here she comes. G-Force Jimmy starts to gain. The Totally Secret led, but has dropped back as these fillies come past the quarter pole. Fifth wheel and Happy Match. Pammy Later leads into the top of this muddy stretch after 3/4 in 1 minute 13.72 seconds. Pammy Later, 1 furlong to go, has a 2-length buffer zone over G-Force Jimmy, who's coming full on now. Lila B is back in third. They come past the 16th. G-Force Jimmy trying to close down Pammy Later. Pammy Later spurts away near home and wins by 2.5 to G-Force Jimmy. Lila B third, and Happy Match finished fourth. Fifth wheat.
10 minutes to race 7 here, you guys, and we have some scratches in this race. The 2, 3, 7, 11, and 13 are out. This was slated for the grass. We are going to contest this, claiming for 25 at a mile and 70. 8 betting interest in here, and I'm going to go with the 9 on top. This is the current favorite, Hearn. Hearn is 5-2 right now on the tote board. Jose Gutierrez is in the irons looking for another double. He had one this week. Race 2 went to Jose. Let's see if he can't make it another one. He was up there for Cipriano Contreras, who has a double on the card as well. But riding for Horan here, this is a 6-year-old gelding by Gunrunner. He's making his 35th lifetime start. This guy knows his way to the winner's circle, knows his job for sure. He's got 6 wins, 5 seconds, 3/3, but he's never raced. He has. What is that? It says Indiana 0. That's a lie. That's a bold-faced lie, people. This horse has never ran on Indiana turf, but it doesn't matter because this horse is on the dirt here today, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly, it only ran on the turf once, so I bet they're glad it scratched off. Anyway, as you can see, this horse 2 back on August 12th on a sloppy track at today's distance here in a very similar rate, or in a harder race, $50,000. We're down here for 25. Put up an 85 business speed figure and was beaten less than a length at 21-1 with the bug boy on. Last time he stretched out to mile and 16th, I think that was a little bit too much. I like that we're getting back to that distance that he likes. I like that it's an off track. I think that he's done his best work on an off track. Yamada was a Mutta is what comes to mind when I think of Hearn. And he John co-owns this one with Carl Britton. Then I'm going to go to the 10, Quokka. Quokka is trained by Jordan Blair, and right now sitting on the board at 6-1. This 4-year-old gelding gets the services of our leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz, who is also looking for a double after winning the 3rd race. This one's just getting in so much easier. I mean, he's been at Turfway, Colonial, Churchill, and has been in some really tough races. But if you go back to the last time this horse ran in Indiana, it was October 24th. Now, granted, it was on the turf, but it was in a tougher race. It was in an allowance, and he was only beaten a neck. The class relief, being in claiming where Jordan has good percentages, obviously, is always good. And knowing the track, he's ran here, a few times and a 2nd place finish. He's got good speed figures and looks like he fits in with this group pretty well. Questionable about the wet dirt, seeing as how he's never ran on wet dirt before, but we're keeping him in. And we'll see if that speed does not translate and hold up for him. And then I'll go to the 6, Lear. Lear right now is 10-1 on the tote board. I like to see that. This gets 5-year-old gelding. I'm so sorry. Will have Manny Esquivel aboard in this race for Cipriano Contreras. Sorry, guys, I was looking at the wrong horse. Burgos is up for Haran. I was looking at the 8. I'm actually, I said Lear. It's Tis Wicked Strong. I'm so sorry. I've been doing Fox Sports today, and I'm telling you guys, my brain's fried. Tis Wicked Strong is trained by Cipriano Contreras, and nephew Manny Esquivel is up. Now, Manny won the opener for Sippy, so they are looking to team up for another win today on the card. This horse has been in this condition in the last 4 times on the grass, though, and has lit up the board each time. And even 4th, 3rd, a nice win at a mile and a 16th. So he likes to go long. Doesn't seem to matter whether it's a mile or the long mile and the 16th. He has a tough time with the start, though. But, Sippy's high percentage. They now have, in the last 6 racing days, they've got, I think, at least 3 or 4 wins together, obviously. So a nice horse at the odds of 10-1. I just think that he's, it's going to be interesting to see what he does on an off track, but he has ran twice on an off track and does have a 2nd to his credit. A 3rd on a good turf course and a 2nd in the mud at Oaklawn. 5 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Very nice race still, even though it's taken off the turf. But I'm going to go with the 9 here. 5-2 right now. The bettors betting on the 12 as well at 5-2 co-favorites. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. This off the turf. Main track remains listed muddy here at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 8. Scratch 2 Driftwood. 3 Liars Poker. 7 Epimithium. 11 Count of Amazonia. And take out 13 Memphis Pharaoh. Scratch the 2-3. 7-11. And the number 13 from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent pentafecta. Double. Start of our final 50-cent pick 3 of the day. 2 minutes to post time. 2 and 2. All main track card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The crew positioning the starting gate, sponsored by B&H Electric this season at the 1 mile, 70-yard start. Muddy track, less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Alberto Burgos with Lear. Sammy Bermudez, Take Me to Church. Now Joe Ramos with Sagittarius. Jose Gutierrez, Hearn like Lear, both for John Harron. 1 mile, 70 yards. Cuoca, meet leader Fernando de la Cruz on the Thursday score sheet. Rodney Prescott with Mugi-san. Muddy track it remains. To and back of the starting gate. Manny Esquivel won the opener. Tis Wicked Strong, Cipriano Contreras. A couple of wins on the card and one more. Elevated Game would be a double for Luis Contreras. They're in the gate. And they're off. Elevated Game bobbled toward the inside. Take Me to Church. Broke sharp for Sammy Bermudez and has pole position as they make their way into the first turn from Hearn, who's right there second and close up. In between horses, Mugi-san is running in third with nearest the inside Sagittarius, the leading quartet. Cuoca is up into fifth with Tis Wicked Strong in sixth at the 5.5. And then comes Lear second to last, and after bobbling it appeared at the break, Elevated Game has drifted back to last. 23.39 lead seconds going up the back of this muddy track with Sammy Bermudez. Take Me to Church leads here by a half to 3/4 to Hearn, staying right there with the front runner for Jose Gutierrez. 2 lengths away to Mugi-san in third. It's a length and a half to Sagittarius with the rail. 'Tis Wicked Strong making progress between horses now for Manny Esquivel. Then comes Quokka, racing 3 clear from Lear, and Elevate Game remains last. Half mile in 46.85 seconds as they turn again. Hearn making this move now to take the lead 3 furlongs from home. It's Hearn who now leads Take Me to Church. On the outside, 'Tis Wicked Strong as a joint third. Sagittarius right there between horses as they come past the quarter pole, and Lear is on the move. 3/4, 1 minute 11.53 seconds. Hearn leads into the stretch with a 5-length lead. 'Tis Wicked Strong is now second from Sagittarius. Take Me to Church did all the heavy lifting but has dropped back. And then on the outside, Lear with Quokka past the 16th. And with Jose Gutierrez, Hearn is home. A 5.5 length victory over 'Tis Wicked Strong. Lear was third, then Quokka and Sagittarius. $141.15. 9, 6, 8, 10, 4 for the Pentafecta after race 7 unofficial. First, number 9, Hearn at 8-5. 6, 'Tis Wicked Strong at 7-2 was second. Number 8, Lear, 9-1 third. John Harron 1-3. 10, Quokka, 13-1 was fourth. And the 4, Sagittarius gets into the frame for the Pentafecta featured. So it's gone to Hearn. Jose Gutierrez, another win on the card, and for the meet, here for John Harron, vying for the training title, now tied at the top with Brandy Club. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 9, Hearn. A riding double for top apprentice Jose Gutierrez. Hearn is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Gunrunner. And a sweet opportunity by Distorted Humor, the now 7-time winner. Campaigned by trainer John Harron for co-owner Carl Brittingham. The colors of Harron Thoroughbreds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Hearn was 8-5 at the off, and it's official. The 9-6 exacta paid $16 even. 50-cent trifecta, $18.15. 4-9 double paid $38.60 with Quokka fourth. 10-cent superfecta. 9-6-8-10 returned $18.39. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. $58 and change. With Sagittarius fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta pays on 9-6, 8-10-4 for that 10-cent grand high five. And that pentafecta payout $79.95. Winner claimed 9 Hearn for $25,000. Hearn was claimed to Cipriano Contreras and Linda Fisher, the ownership. Over to the Cipriano Contreras stable, the winner Hearn goes. A couple more to wrap up the race card and the week. Once again, no live racing here Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. Simulcast wagering, first floor OTB on those days. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, churning out winners here 24/7. Race 8 maiden mile, no scratches. 7 Gimmel, that's a jockey change to Alberto Burgos. On 7 Gimmel, Alberto Burgos. And the 9th, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Muddy track in the finale. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. Scratch the AEs from the quarter horse maiden. Post time 5:47 for the maiden mile. And they're off. Elevated game bobbled toward the inside. Take me to church. Broke sharp for Sammy Bermudez and has pole position as they make their way into the first turn from Hearn, who's right there second and close up. In between horses, Boogie Sun is running in third with nearest the inside Sagittarius, the leading quartet. Quokka is up into fifth with Tis Wicked Strong in sixth at the 5.5. And then comes Lear second to last, and after bobbling it appeared at the break, Elevated Game has drifted back to last. 23.39 lead seconds going up the back of this muddy track with Sammy Bermudez. Take Me to Church leads here by a half to 3/4 to Hearn, staying right there with the front runner for Jose Gutierrez. 2 lengths away to Moogie Sun in third. It's a length and a half to Sagittarius with the rail. Tis Wicked Strong making progress between horses now for Manny Esquivel. Then comes Quokka, racing 3 clear from Lear, and Elevated Game remains last. Half mile in 46.85 seconds as they turn again. Hearn making this move now to take the lead 3 furlongs from home. It's Hearn who now leads. Take Me to Church. On the outside, Tis Wicked Strong is a joint third. Sagittarius right there between horses as they come past the quarter pole, and Lear is on the move. 3/4, 1 minute 11.53 seconds. Hearn leads into the stretch with a 5-length lead. Tis Wicked Strong is now second from Sagittarius. Take Me to Church did all the heavy lifting but has dropped back. And then on the outside, Lear with Quokka past the 16th. And with Jose Gutierrez, Hearn is home. A 5.5 length victory over Tis Wicked Strong. Lear was third, then Quokka and Sagittarius. And they're off.
Riding double for Bug Boy Jose Gutierrez, and just sitting over here talking to Marcelino Pedroza about him. He's really doing a great job, and Marcelino even said, "Hey, Bug Boy might have a chance for a triple today. He's got a live one with a 6." But I went with Amigo Meister in this maiden claiming for 8. They're going a mile on the muddy track. The 4 right now is 7-5. That is a Tim Eggleston trainee. This 3-year-old gelding gets Mitchell Merle in the irons. Bet Mitch, get rich. He had a triple this week. And this horse coming out of a route race that made him claiming for 15. I have no excuse for him in that race, to be completely honest with you. Then the better's favorite in the last 2 was close. July 5th, 3rd was close. June 18th, 2nd. Mitch has been aboard the entirety of this horse's races. He also, here's one thing I will say. Even if a horse hasn't ran that well on slop the first time, I do appreciate when a horse has ran on a muddy, it was pretty wet still, track. Then at least they have experience with it. It's not a shock to them. But like I was just saying, this horse has to break. If he look at these starts, debut bump, awkward, bore-in, awkward start. I mean, poor guy. If he doesn't get a good break, then I think it's definitely the 6's race to lose. Jackson's Buddy is who I'm going to go with next. And like I said, Jose Gutierrez is aboard the 6 and looking for a hat trick today. Cipriano Contreras also looking for the hat trick, as he did take the early double, which I gave out. Very happy about that. This one, Cipriano aboard here for, Jose aboard here for Sippy. Ran 2nd versus similar with Jose aboard. Love to see that. This horse, when Sippy has rode Jose, they've had great success together. 4 of their 5, actually 5 of 6 in the money. And I like that this horse draws to the outside of the field, obviously. I think it's going to be good for him. You know, he's tried to go on the lead before, but he's more of like a mid-pack kind of sitter. I do like that he's repeating the maiden claiming for 8, and it was honestly his best finish. So hopefully he'll be able to improve off that and get the win. Then I'm going to go to the rail. 6 is 4-1, 1 is 6-1. My Miley's Vow. Louis Contreras. We just got a bunch of jockeys here looking for doubles and triples. Louis Contreras winning the 6th race. He's looking for a double here. He's riding for Joe Davis. And wow, Joe Davis having a good meet this year. He's 23% when he's a beaten favorite, which was the case last time Louis was up. They got beat by 1 length 2 back at a mile and 70 on August 18th at a maiden claiming for 50. Now he's in a claiming for 8. And you know, these horses, Carb Crunch and also Crab Crunch, and Gimmel and My Miley's Vow have all been running against each other in here, as well as Amigo Meister. I mean, they've just been these are the leftover from the year maidens that just couldn't get it done, so we're dropping them down, and we'll see if we can't get it before the end of the meet. But, you know, like I was talking to Cipriano earlier, it's the end of the meet. These are Indiana breds. This race and then probably one more, 1 or 2 more is all they got for the year. So everybody's kind of trying to do what they can do to get that win before the meet ends. I'm going to go here with the favorite, but if this horse doesn't get the break, I think it's 4-6 all day today here. Boys, good luck. That's all.
The horses coming onto the track for the 8th race. Here in the maiden mile, no scratches. 7 Gimmel, the rider Alberto Burgos. Alberto Burgos on 7. Gimmel. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5 wager. Pentafecta featured here on the maiden mile. Starts our final double of the day. 9th race closing with that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. 9th race scratch the also eligibles. Muddy track, 3 minutes. Now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden mile. Taking flight in less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with My Miley's Vow. Mitch Morrow with Amigo Meister. First couple of maidens in here at the mile start. Samra Bermudez with Revs Buster joining. Bit of Justice. Manny Esquivel started off the card with Midnight West at 1-5. Joe Ramos with Crab Crunch. Jackson's Buddy would be hat tricks for Jose Gutierrez and Cipriano Contreras today. Amigo Meister 7-5 favorite, and one more, Alberto Burgos with 9-time starter Gimmel. Over the mile, muddy track it's been since the opening bell. They're in the gate. They're off. Crab Crunch, quickened action. Amigo Meister with early lick. Right there is Bit of Justice, white with the turquoise stars, and Jackson's Buddy as they enter the first turn. It's Crab Crunch in the black cap from a close-up Amigo Meister as they round the first turn. Bit of Justice and Jackson's Buddy both close up third and fourth, with Revs Muster running in fifth. 3 clear from Gimmel, while Miley's Vow has been beaten for speed and drops back to last. Amigo Meister just leads between horses. The first 2 of 8 furlongs on this muddy track, covered in 24.28 seconds with Mitchell Murrell. Amigo Meister just leads the maiden mile. Amigo Meister joined at both sides by Crab Crunch and Bit of Justice. Jackson's Buddy racing 4 deep for Jose Gutierrez. Revs Muster, and to the inside, Gimmel has a white cap. 6 more lengths astern to Miley's Vow, who remains upstream. Half mile in 48.23 seconds. They enter the far turn. The battle still raging. Crab Crunch, Amigo Meister, Bit of Justice, and Jackson's Buddy. This quartet, 6 lengths clear from Gimmel. Dropping back was Revs Muster, Miley's Vow looking to pick up these leaders as they come past the quarter pole. It's still a toss-up. After 3 quarters as they straighten away, up past the quarter pole in 113.42. Amigo Meister between horses. Jackson's Buddy. Miley's Vow making steady headway on the outside. Crab Crunch tries to rally on. They're deep in the final furlong. And here's Miley's Vow, who is so back on the back of the track with Luis Contreras and has come from the balcony to the front. Miley's Vow pull clear to win by 4 from Jackson's Buddy with Amigo Meister. Then Gimmel and Crab Crunch. $140.55 after the maiden mile. Won Miley's Vow. 4-1 first. Second photo On the slow-mo, Jackson's Buddy over Amigo Meister, Gimmel, fourth. Crab Crunch for the Pentafecta. We'll stand by for the judges' confirmation. A couple wins on the card for veteran Luis Contreras. His double here for Joe Davis, Charlene and Larry Whitaker. My Miley's Vow off the mark in his 12th run, last to first. The judges have posted number 6, Jackson's Buddy, second. 4, Amigo Meister, third. Number 7, Gimmel, fourth. And 3, Crab Crunch, fifth. 1-6, 4-7-3. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, 1, My Miley's Vow, comes from last to first, under the veteran hands of Luis Contreras. My Miley's Vow is a 4-year-old big gelding by Prince Grand. Out of the Wilburn mare, Miss Miley. Joe Davis trains for breeders and owners, Charlene and Larry Whitaker. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. My Miley's Vow, out to the maiden ranks today. $1-6 exacta paid $43.20. 50-cent trifecta, $45.80. 9-1 double, $47.40. Gimmel ran fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $27.65. The pick three, $46.95. The $1 late pick four, daily presented by iToba. Pays on 4-4. $596.80. The 10-cent pentafecta, $67.33. Crab Crunch fifth. 50-cent late pick five, $2,701.75 on 5 of 5. In the maiden mile, all 7 ran. 140.55 on the muddy track. One more. 9th race, quarter horse maiden juvenile to wrap up the day and race week. Over the 300 yards, muddy track, no wind. Scratch the also eligibles. 11 HF Liza Jane. 12 He's Cross Firing. 13 Kiss My Famous Dash. And the 14 Apolitical Essence. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta and that 10-cent quarter horse Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured on the quarter horse dash. Post time as advertised. 6:15. Crab Crunch, quickened action. Amigo Meister with early lick. Right there is Bit of Justice, white with the turquoise stars, and Jackson's Buddy as they enter the first turn. It's Crab Crunch in the black cap from a close-up Amigo Meister as they round the first turn. Bit of Justice and Jackson's Buddy both close up third and fourth, with Revs Muster running in fifth. 3 clear from Gimmel, while Miley's Vow has been beaten for speed and drops back to last. Amigo Meister just leads between horses. The first 2 of 8 furlongs on this muddy track, covered in 24.28 seconds with Mitchell Murrell. Amigo Meister just leads the maiden mile. Amigo Meister joined at both sides by Crab Crunch and Bit of Justice. Jackson's Buddy racing 4 deep for Jose Gutierrez. Revs Muster and to the inside, Gimmel has a white cap. 6 more lengths astern to Miley's Vow, who remains upstream. Half mile in 48.23 seconds. They enter the far turn. The battle still raging. Crab Crunch, Amigo Meister, Bit of Justice, and Jackson's Buddy. This quartet, 6 lengths clear from Gimmel. Dropping back was Revs Muster, Miley's Vow looking to pick up these leaders as they come past the quarter pole. It's still a toss-up. After 3 quarters as they straighten away, up past the quarter pole in 113.42. Amigo Meister between horses. Jackson's Buddy. Miley's Vow making steady headway on the outside. Crab Crunch tries to rally on. They're deep in the final furlong. And here's Miley's Vow, who is so back on the back of the track with Luis Contreras and has come from the balcony to the front. Miley's Vow pull clear to win by 4 from Jackson's Buddy with Amigo Meister. Then Gimmel and Crab Crunch. They're wrong.
Main track week at Horseshoe Indianapolis wraps up this afternoon, and before we talk about our quarter horse finale, I want to send a shout out and congratulations to Diane Bennett, Bennett Racing Stables homebred, Good Time Stoley, who had a really nice win yesterday on our Wednesday card, closing out the card. This is a horse that's had quite a bit of experience, 28 starts for trainer Jesse Vasquez. That was his third win, and it was a really nice victory under rider Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. So congratulations to that team. And one of I think Rachel and John's favorite type of quarter horse race is coming up. That's the 2-year-old maiden. I don't even know how you could sum it up other than you got some major talent with learning curve issues. Let's just say that, if I'm going to be kind. You know, the whole purpose of quarter horse racing, you're looking for a nice clean break from the starting gate and an unimpeded path to the wire. And that, no, that's just not the case with the 2-year-olds. They are just a little green, a little experienced, jump out into each other's way, and sometimes you have a clear-cut winner, and other times there's a photo and some other issues. But anyway, respect all the connections for the hard work that they put into conditioning these young horses. All right, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look. We do have a nice full field for the 17,000 maiden. 300 yards is the distance, and of course, we do scratch the also eligibles, had an overflow field, but we'll see 10 horses competing at 300 yards. My top choice is going to be number 8, and that's Sizzling Ivory, who's going to make her 4th start for trainer Claudio Borazza. This is a filly. Well, actually, let's talk about Claudio. He's hitting the board at a very respectable 52% clip. His horses have done extremely well. 2-year-olds, older horses, stakes caliber horses. He's having a great meet. Sherry Miller bred this filly for owner Keith Bodie, two of the coolest people around Indiana breds themselves, and just have done so much for the racing and breeding here in Indiana. This filly by Ivory James exits a trial for the QHRAI Stallion Service Futurity. That was on August 9th. Very deep fields. There was 9 trials. But I think any horse that comes out of that, it was over 200,000 final. You definitely have to give them another chance to do well. And I think that Sizzling Ivory will do very well. Now, my next horse is actually number 7, Tequila. But I do want to make a quick mention. I've got several in this field sired by Ivory James. And just to give everybody an idea how much Ivory James accomplished in his racing career, only 200,000 in purses, but he finished 2nd in the Grade 1 Heritage Place Futurity as a 2-year-old, and then completed his career in 2007, making the final of the All-American Derby, which is a Grade 1 and several $million-dollar race. So he was a very accomplished racehorse, and continues to produce some really good offspring. He stands in Louisiana for Cox Ranch. Bobby Cox, one of the most respected owners and breeders, stable managers in the country. All right, so Tequila is going to make her 3rd start for Ricardo Martinez. Had some issues in her first start, but then followed up with a 2nd place finish in the on August 16th. That was after her trial for the Stallion Service Auction Futurity. Fernando Morin has the call for Ricardo Martinez. I think she's going to do very well now that she's had a couple starts under her belt. And now, I don't want to talk a filly only. We've got a nice gelding, number 6, Oppie, also competed in the quarter horse QHRAI Stallion Service trial last month for trainer Tony Cunningham. Had the misfortune of facing superstar 2-year-old He's a Hawkeye, so obviously Oppie went off at huge odds, I think 43-1. And he didn't exactly give He's a Hawkeye a run for his money, but he finished well under rider Danny Martinez. So I'm certainly willing to give him another chance, a good connections, trainer, jockey, owner. And so hopefully, you know, he learned from that and he's not facing any He's a Hawkeyes in our field today. All right, we'll go next to number 1, and that's a VM Girls Flying Higher. Makes her 2nd start for trainer Ron Raper. This is a filly. She broke very poorly on August 16th, but she was gaining momentum, kind of steadied herself and got off the bad start. And that says something. You know, obviously quarter horse racing, when you're talking about these distances less than, 15 seconds, 15 to 20 seconds, you don't have time to fix your mistakes mid-race. But the fact that she was running, finding her stride lately, makes her a filly to watch. So take a look at her as she's warming up on the post parade. She'll be ridden by Alberto Cerrone. So I'm going 8-7-6-1. You know what's coming up next. Got to talk about a long shot for our quarter horse Pentafecta. It's just a 10-cent wager. And when you put those long shots in, the payouts are very, very impressive. So let's talk about number 2. First time starter, number 2, Flying Ivory, 15-1. Might want to consider her for your ticket. Another offspring of Ivory James debuting for leading conditioner Tim Eggleston and his top rider, Eduardo Diaz. Tim's already won 40 races this meet. So good luck to all today in our finale. We'll be back on Monday. And again, a quick reminder about our next all-quarter horse day, which is going to take place on Saturday, October 4th, 10:45 a.m. start. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Here they come. Stepping onto the track for the 9th race to close out the card in the race week for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis Muddy Track. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards, a field of 10. Scratch the also eligibles. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Closer to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. First up to the outside gate, Corona Pollo uses a flipping halter. Alberto Serran, VM Girls Flying Higher, has the rail draw. Has moved into the starting gate and joins Corona Pollo. Oppie going in. Flying Ivory for the quarter horse meet leaders. Eduardo Luna Diaz with Tim Eggleston. Four to five final favorite, Tequila. Fernando Morin for Ricardo Martinez. Tequila is in the gate. Flying Ivory. Sizzlin' Ivory has moved in. Flying Ivory joins. Once again, Corona Pollo was first in, uses a flipping halter. MG Ferrier Girl. Waiting for Larry knocks out Megan. TRS Zoraya's Corona and Nighty Moon Flash will be last. We're over the 300 yards, buddy track, no wind. Two back. TRS Zoraya's Corona. Tequila right now, even money. The final favorite. Next live race card on Monday from 2:10. With Corona Pollo already in the starting gate, one more. German Rodriguez rides and trains. Nighty Moon Flash. Last started at Rio Doso Downs. Muddy track here to close out the card with 300 yards. Last of the day. Waiting for Nighty Moon Flash. Tequila, 6 to 5, final favorite. They're on the line. Off in the Thursday finale, Tequila blasting away. Breaking a bit inward was TRS Zoraya's Corona past the 220 for the maiden juvenile. It is Tequila with on the outside Sizzlin' Ivory. Tequila and Sizzlin' Ivory on the outside. Sizzlin' Ivory getting up. Sizzlin' Ivory to get and beat Tequila. And then close between Oppie and Nighty Moon Flash. Attention staff, we have a loose horse on the back of the track. That loose horse number 5, TRS Zoraya's Corona. Now jockey Antonio Rodriguez over here on the first turn is walking back through the mud. Again, a loose horse, that's number 5. Unofficial 8-7, then a photo. 8 Sizzlin' Ivory. 5 to 2 first, 7 Tequila. Second unofficial inquiry. Once again, this is unofficial. Stewards inquiry. Now, there still is an ongoing inquiry. The equine team needed to the back of the track as the outrider is now taking care of TRS Zaraya's Corona. That on the back of the track. The judges have posted the 6 Oppie third, 990 Moonflash fourth, and 4 Larry Knocks Out Megan was fifth for the Pentafecta. Again, jockey Antonio Rodriguez making his way back to the jockeys' quarters here as the outrider is tending to TRS Zaraya's Corona on the back of the track. 15.485 seconds for the 300 yards. Muddy track again. Hold all tickets pending in the inquiry result. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Sizzlin' Ivory with Edgar Diaz. Sizzlin' Ivory is a 2-year-old bay filly by Ivory James. And a Lola Famosa by One Famous Eagle. Claudio Barazza trains for Keith Bodie. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Sizzlin' Ivory. Please note, upon their inquiry, the stewards have made a disqualification. Number 4, Larry Knocks Out Megan, will be disqualified from 5th and placed last for causing interference, taking the path away from MG Ferrier Girl soon after the 300-yard start after a steward's inquiry. Number 4, Larry Knocks Out Megan, has been disqualified from 5th, taken out to the Pentafecta and placed last. Number 1, VM Girls Flying Higher, has now been placed 5th after their steward's review. 8-7, 6-9, 1 placed 5th. The victory to Sizzlin' Ivory out to the maiden juvenile ranks. The TV confirmation of the disqualification of the 4 Larry Knocks Out Megan soon after the 300-yard start, taking a path away from MG Ferrier Girl in the maiden juvenile. Placed last was Larry Knocks Out Megan. Results in official now, 8-7 exacta, $22.40, 50-cent trifecta, $19.45. The 1-8 double paid $90.40. 90 Moon Flash was 4th, 10-cent superfecta, $23.41. Once again, number 1 VM Girls Flying Higher was placed 5th via the disqualification. 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, 8-7-6-9-1, $129.98 on a muddy track, 15.485 seconds to close out the card and the race week here. That concludes our live racing program for today. We do thank everyone that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. No live racing Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. Once again, for our Horseshoe Indianapolis regulars, First Flow Road TV for simulcast wagering tomorrow and through the weekend. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino Sportsbook open 24/7 here in Shelbyville. Until next time, live racing back on Monday. Hoosier Day on Wednesday to start off the month of October. And a week from this Saturday, an old quarter horse card here on October the 4th. That coming up a week from this Saturday. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off in the Thursday finale, Tequila blasting away. Breaking a bit inward was TRS Zoraya's Corona, past the 220 for the maiden juvenile. It is Tequila with on the outside Sizzle and Ivory. Tequila and Sizzle and Ivory on the outside. Sizzle and Ivory getting up. Sizzle and Ivory to get and beat Tequila. And then close between Uppy. Off in the Thursday finale, Tequila blasting away. Breaking a bit inward was TRS Zoraya's Corona, past the 220 for the maiden juvenile. It is Tequila with on the outside Sizzle and Ivory. Tequila and Sizzle and Ivory on the outside. Sizzle and Ivory getting up. Sizzle and Ivory to get and beat Tequila. And then close between Uppy and... Off in the Thursday finale, Tequila.